morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. The 2026 Wyoming legislative session begins on Monday morning at 10 a.m. Governor Mark Gordon will deliver a State of the State address, followed by a State of the Judiciary from Wyoming Supreme Court Chief Justice. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland will anchor our coverage and tells us what to expect.
It's a budget session. So the top objective is supposed to be creating a 2-year budget for the state of Wyoming. And that's been a little flashier, a little more controversial than in some budget cycles past, because we're talking at this juncture about possibly a $40 million cut to the University of Wyoming. Significant changes to the Wyoming Department of Health, both increases and denials. And beyond the budget, they're talking about defunding and dismantling the Wyoming Business Council, which is an agency geared toward government-backed economic development.
Cowboy State Daily will stream the State of the State at 10 a.m. on our homepage at cowboystatedaily.com. Salt Lake City investigators have discovered fresh evidence in the disappearance of former Jackson resident Ann Elise Elliott, who was 31 years old when she vanished more than 6 years ago. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the news of this first big break has brought hope to her younger sister, Emily Nardacci of Pinedale.
Police now have confirmed sightings of her in the North Temple area. They have confirmed sightings of her the same day she was released from the detention center. And they are now eagerly looking for people who may have seen her that day.
Now, it was originally reported to family that Elliott had been contacted by police in April of that year, but the Salt Lake City Police Department has since clarified that sighting never happened. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Kate Anderson didn't start out to heal hopeless racehorses on her ranch outside of Chugwater. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that now she rehabs thoroughbreds once thought beyond saving.
Her work has also attracted the attention of researchers. This guy who's a hoof expert from the University of Michigan, she's working with him to kind of study what's happening out there.
There's been a consistent belief in the racehorse industry that thoroughbreds just have genetically deficient feet. They're like hothouse beauties that must be coddled to the end of their days, but from what Anderson has seen at her ranch, this turns out to be something of a myth. Investigators found special education violations tied to student privacy and parental rights at Sweetwater County School District Number 1. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that now a Rock Springs mother is calling for the censure of the school board chair months after he publicly censured her husband.
I asked the superintendent, do you intend to apologize or make any censure? And the superintendent responded, well, this matter isn't over because we are asking for them to reconsider the decision, and we disagree with the characterization of Rachel Seppi for the underlying reason for the censure.
In January, the WDE issued a decision in a special education complaint that found SCSD out of compliance with federal rules governing student confidentiality and parents' participation rights. That decision has triggered a corrective action plan requiring mandatory training to be monitored by the state. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Super Bowl Monday. And yeah, let's keep the noise down. Shh. That's better. Super Bowl Monday means, yeah, too many beers during a boring Super Bowl game. I knew the game would not be very fun to watch. Commercials, halftime show. That's what it was all about. And we'll talk about that and the Olympics and several top stories of the day, including the rehabilitation of racehorses going on in Chugwater, of all places. Other news of Cowboy State Daily. A lot of stuff to get to from over the weekend, of course. Guests today include some real all-stars. Bob Jensen's going to be on, former Wyoming Business Council leader. He's going to be on in the first hour. Sheriff Alex Bakken will join us. Carbon County Sheriff Kyle Washut of the Wyoming Catholic College will be on to explain the curriculum. And Tucker Fagan, I can't wait. We have not left enough time to set aside for Tucker Fagan. True all-star. The guy has worn so many hats in his life, but we're going to talk particularly about his guest column, his letter to the editor, Cowboy State Daily, in defense of the Wyoming Business Council, and explaining better what it actually is, some of the misconceptions. He ought to know. He invented it. I mean, he was the leader of the Business Council. In fact, we're going to talk about the Department of Commerce, which he led in Wyoming, which is basically the precursor of WBC, basically what WBC does, and so much more. I can't wait for you to meet Tucker Fagan if you haven't already. John Hewlett will be on the show. He's the guy at UW that knows all things ranch and farm, and he's going to talk about foreign-owned ag land in the United States. USDA came out recently with a regular annual report on where other countries own American land that's farmed or ranched. Is that a concern? Some say no. Some say, well, we should keep an eye on it. John Hewlett will explain what it means if the Chinese own that ranch over there in Wyoming. David Dunaway will be here. He's the author of A four-eyed world, how glasses change the way we see everything about glasses. Four eyes. Those glasses wearers from the beginning to the end, and we haven't seen the end yet with glasses because he takes us right up to smart glasses, AI glasses being used right now by ICE, glasses that promise all those future things that the sci-fi movies did, glasses that could face recognize who you're looking at if they're potentially armed, etc., etc. Smart glasses. But way back in the beginning, who invented glasses? Probably, what's his face, who invented the kite? It was probably Edison, right? I'm thinking he invented everything. Edison or Ben Franklin. I think he invented glasses. Gotta be Ben Franklin. People think he's a president. He was the 18th president of the United States. I'll bet it's Ben Franklin who made glasses. Took us from, just the monocle. There was probably a day where everybody had to do the opera thing, one eye. And I'll bet he invented the bifocals. But we'll see. I'll ask David. Claire McFarland will be here. I hope. Now, she's touch and go with her schedule. We never know what she's doing. She's in Cheyenne now to cover the budget session. Somebody had to do it, and she drew the short straw at Cowboy State Daily. She'll be covering that legislative session, and she'll give us a report, a heads up. In fact, we have her scheduled just barely an hour prior to when the governor will kick off the whole shebang with a State of the State address. Claire will be on in our final hour, and then by 10 a.m., Governor Gordon will be live on Wyoming PBS to kick off the session with a State of the State address. Mac Watson, he'll be on today. We'll talk Super Bowl stuff. But first, let's get to the weather forecast. Don Day weather forecast. Today's the day we thought we'd see some changes in the weather, maybe a little bit of snow. Certainly not the 60s people have been seeing, or will it be? Actually, this weather change doesn't bring a whole lot of cold, brings some moisture. Chance of rain in Casper about late afternoon, mostly cloudy, windy, highs in the mid-50s for Casper, still pretty comfortable. Slight chance of rain in Lander, otherwise mostly sunny, breezy, 52 today. Evanston, maybe see some snow sprinkles after 8. Clouds on the increase, 43 the high. Rock Springs, partly sunny, breezy, 45. Chance of snow in Pinedale with highs in the upper 30s. Snow and rain probably for Afton with highs 30. Dubois, snow likely before 10. So early morning snow, Dubois, with a high of 37. Jackson, you'll see snow as well, but it's going to be early morning, and it has to get cold enough. Right now, the high in Jackson, 37, and I think it's 37 right now. So I don't know if that's going to be snow. Chance of rain in Thermopolis with highs 54, so that has to be in the morning. Cody, chance of rain and or snow, highs 47. In Buffalo, chance of rain or snow with highs 46. Sheridan, snow and rain likely, one or the other, kind of mix of both maybe, with highs eventually in the mid-40s. Gillette, chance of rain and snow, mostly cloudy, highs 47 today. Torrington, red flag fire warning until 5 p.m. You don't see many of those in February. High today in Torrington, 65 degrees. There was a big wildfire, grass fire outside of Riverton over the weekend and caused evacuations. We have that story to follow up. But a red flag fire warning till 5 p.m. today in Torrington. Wow. Lusk, partly sunny, 56. Red flag warning in Cheyenne as well. Up until about 5 p.m. Mostly sunny, breezy with highs approaching 60. We'll say 59. So the budget session kicks off on February 9th to 59 degrees and wildfire watch. Contemplate that. Meanwhile, some other parts of the state looking for their first flakes of snow of the year. Hopefully. Mostly sunny, breezy in Laramie today, 52. Mostly sunny, windy in Rawlins with highs 58. That takes us across the state. And yeah, big congrats to Breezy Johnson. She won a gold medal Sunday women's downhill as we watched Lindsey Vonn crash out. Hey, I'll give Lindsey credit. She made a ski run on one leg, basically. She had that ACL issue, and she's 41 years old. This is her last Olympics. This is it. I mean, for downhill skiers, 41 is ancient. They just, instead of the poles, when you're 41 for downhill, they give you the walker. I mean, that's old for that sport. Because, you know, when you're 21 or younger, I mean, some of these kids, they got to be teenagers. When you crash, you bounce. Or you hurt something, but it's repaired in like 3 weeks. When you're 41, you fall, you break. Lindsey Vonn broke a leg, reportedly, the 41-year-old. But she was skiing, you know, she took a chance. She shot her shot, man. I'll give her that. But, oh, that crash. Oh, and she was in agony. She was in pain. Stable conditions now, but Lindsey Vonn crash out. Meanwhile, Jackson Hole's Breezy Johnson. And I know a bunch of people who have first degree connection with Breezy. I mean, many of us in Jackson grew up with her. I know one person who taught her in school, was her teacher. So proud of her. I know a lot of people who have skied with Breezy, taught Breezy to ski, you know, etc. A lot of people have connections to Breezy Johnson, and she just breezed down that run to win gold for the U.S. That was Team USA's first medal of the 2026 Winter Olympics. I'm not sure what the medal count is now, but the U.S. doing pretty good. And Johnson becomes only the second American woman to win Olympic downhill gold. Way to go, Breezy. You know, if it's downhill, if it's alpine skiing or even Nordic, but if it's alpine skiing, there's going to be a Wyomingite winning that. Come on. Breezy Johnson wins gold. Our other medal hopeful is Jalen Koff. She grew up skiing in Grand Targhee, which is technically Wyoming, but kind of Idaho. Jalen Koff, Wyoming's claiming her. I'll tell you that. Jalen skis moguls. She'll ski tomorrow in the qualifying round, early in the morning on Peacock live stream tomorrow, 6:15 in the morning local time. And then she skis again on February 11th, Tuesday, for the qualifying rounds. And then they wrap it up on February 14th for Valentine's Day. I predict Jalen Koff is going to win gold. Watch her. She's in moguls, dual moguls. She's skiing the bumps for Wyoming and for the US of A. And that story about Breezy, what a photo. Cowboy State Daily did a story. It's a slam dunk, easy top story of the weekend. I mean, of course, you got Breezy, you got a Wyoming kid with a US of A flag draped all over, sporting the gold, chewing on her gold medal. I mean, the photo does it all. But 3,400 impressions, mostly, as you can imagine, thumbs up. Way to go, Breezy. USA. 95 comments, 210 shares. Many of the comments are people claiming relationship with Breezy. Oh, yeah, I was her teacher. I was her friend. I skied with her, etc. Emotional ceremony. Johnson teared up as she took the top spot on the podium. Fist pump, flag waving. And she because she was the first medal winner, she did have advice for her fellow athletes later on. She said, caution to other medal winners, do not jump on the podium. She said they're kind of rickety. she almost destroyed the thing. Do not jump in them. Okay. And the medal looks cool. Somebody broke their medal. I forgot who that was, but somebody won a medal and it broke in like 3 pieces. You wouldn't think gold would break. But Breezy Johnson does warn about the dangers of jumping with the medal because it is super heavy. It is gold. Here she is, I think, giving us the piece of advice straight from Breezy Johnson, the gold medal winner.
Don't jump in them. I was jumping in excitement and it broke. I'm sure somebody will fix it. It's not like crazy broken, but it's a little broken. Show don't tell moment.
Oh, so she is the one that broke her gold medal. Okay.
And there's the ribbon.
Oh, nice. The thing broke off the
in the ribbon to hold it in
the
middle, and it came apart.
Yeah, that's not surprising. The gold medal itself didn't break. It broke off the ribbon chain. It's probably not fastened in the best way possible. Italy, not known for their, production skills. If these Olympics are being held in Taiwan, it would probably break also. It'd just be a lot cheaper to fix. I don't know. But way to go, Breezy, and take her advice. Don't jump around when you're wearing the medal. You might break it.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily. One of our early morning listeners gave me a link to understand who invented eyeglasses, the bifocals. Because we have an author on today that has a book about glasses. Everything you ever wanted to know about glasses. Who invented glasses? Could have been Roger Bacon. Could have been Salvino d'Armat. Could have been a lot of different dudes. I guess there's some controversy over who actually invented glasses. I don't want to dig to the bottom of that rabbit hole, but I'll let our guest today do that. David Dunaway will be on later today, the author of A Four-Eyed World, How Glasses Change the Way We See. His book is out in about 7 days, a week from now. Pre-order on Amazon. We'll talk to the author in a little bit. So, the Super Bowl. I'll talk about it later with Mac. But what your original thoughts? Beginning with what was truly important, the halftime show and the commercials. Because the game we knew going in was meh as meh could be. Capital M-E-H. And that was one of the commercials, actually. There was a commercial about meh. The game, I told you, if you would just listen to me, people. Why do you think they gave me this microphone and 4 hours every morning with nothing to do but tell you how it be? I told you the game would be awful. Defensive struggle not worth seeing. Between two teams nobody cares about. Unless you're a New Englander, unless you're a masshole, nobody cares about the Patriots and Seahawks. There's like 10 Seattle Seahawks fans, and one of them is the dude who announced them in. Who's that actor? I had no idea he was a Seattle fan. And poor Tirico, Mike Tirico, celebrity fan. Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth, those are not the guys you want to try to fill air during a game that's just awful. I don't need to hear more of Collinsworth and Tirico. Try to build excitement in a game that, at the half was like 6-0. There was no touchdown scored in that till the fourth quarter. Geez, by then I had checked out. Chris Pratt suddenly is a Seattle fan. And he announced his team in. Bon Jovi, shame on you, John Bon Jovi. New Jersey, he's like Jersey through and through, and he's claiming he's a Patriot fan. What? John Bon Jovi, how are you not a fan of the Giants or Jets? They play in your state. What a turncoat. Chris Pratt's the only Seattle Seahawks fan I know. I don't know anybody. There's like... So it's a game between two teams nobody cares about, who nobody thought would be in the Super Bowl. They were both like 60-1 shots. Because one has a unproven quarterback and a first-year coach, New England, and the other has no quarterback and a good defense. And defense wins championships. I told you that. I've been saying that. It's the reason why the Bills weren't in the Super Bowl. Their defense is horrid. And I told you, well, I didn't know the Bad Bunny show would be good, but I was not one of these so-called Americans who, when they heard Bad Bunny was the halftime show, suddenly decided they were going to go make their own show. I thought that was Bush League. And maybe you watched it and maybe you liked it. Great. I'm not a fan of Kid Rock at all, his music. You can't name one Kid Rock song. All of you who heard Bad Bunny was going to do a halftime show in Spanish and you immediately tuned out and said, what else can I watch? And then along comes Charlie Kirk's widow and says, I'm going to make you your own halftime show starring Kid Rock. And you ran to it just because you thought it'd be more patriotic than the real show. Well, you were proved wrong yesterday, and you got to admit, the more patriotic show was Bad Bunny. Even though it was basically a love letter to his homeland, Puerto Rico, which many ill-informed Americans still don't understand is part of the United States. It's the 51st state, basically. But it was a lesson in togetherness, love, patriotism. There was plenty of reasons to feel proud to be American watching the Bad Bunny show, even if you didn't understand one word of it. And Kid Rock, really? I don't like the idea of an alternative show for real Americans. I think that's bogus. Trying to jump in on you're just trying to cut a piece out of the Super Bowl. Let the Super Bowl do its thing. Leave it alone. Stay in your lane. You're Turning Point USA. What do you know about concert promotion? Obviously nothing when you hire Kid Rock to be the headliner. Kid Rock. His songs are about molesting young women and have more F words than any rapper that's ever been on the halftime show. Kid Rock is the guy you're going to hang your hat on. You couldn't name one Kid Rock song. Speaking about, you may not have understood a word Bad Bunny said or know any of his songs, but you didn't know any Kid Rock songs either. He doesn't have, there's no hits. He's got like 2 songs people know him for, and they're not even Kid Rock. Kid Rock, who couldn't be bothered to wash his hair before the show. Not that he ever does. Yeah, nope. Bad Bunny show was great. And I told you that was a good booking. I said his music, he's super popular. And I thought his halftime show was inventive. The most elaborate we've seen. That wasn't just, George Strait standing there with a guitar on the stage. Not that there's anything with George Strait. I would never besmirch the greatest country star of all time. But that was way beyond one dude standing behind a mic with his guitar singing 5 songs and then leaving. Way more. That halftime show was a show. That was a 12-minute music video. I don't know how long it lasted. Bad Bunny walking through the recreated streets of Puerto Rico. He's got the sugarcane fields and all these things Puerto Rico. I mean, that was basic. He took us to his homeland and included cameo star appearances from the dude, the actor of the month. What's his face? I don't get HBO, so I don't even know. He's the HBO actor of the month. Nobody knew who he was a year ago, and nobody knows who he's going to be a year from now. Pedro Pascal, 50 years old. You didn't even know his name a year ago. Now all of a sudden he's like this great. He was there. He's from Chile. So he's not Puerto Rican. He's Chile. He was in the background in one of the shots, if you didn't know. Pedro Pascal, like the actor of the month. He's a Chilean American actor. He was there. Also there in the background was, I forget her name, but superstar guest cameos from Lady Gaga, who sang her big song, the duet with Bruno Mars. No Bruno, but she sang it by herself in a reimagined merengue. Although I hear some calling it salsa. I think it was more of a merengue beat. But she did a reimagined version of that big hit song of hers and Bruno's. That was cool to see. And then, what's his face? Ricky Martin did a cameo. One of the greatest Latin stars of our time, singers. Ricky Martin was there. That show had everything. That halftime show. I'm trying to find my notes on it. New York Times wrote it up. They liked it. We'll talk about the commercials.
It can become very...
We'll talk about the commercials with Mac. But yeah, that halftime show was not, I think, what people were expecting. They were expecting this anti-American. Meanwhile, the most anti-American thing was the pre-show with Green Day, who had to be bleeped out when they said reportedly F Trump. They did their song American Idiot. Everybody could have seen this coming. They've done it before. They've altered the words to their song American Idiot to mention Trump previously in concert. So even though you probably have an agreement with Roger Goodell and the NFL, hey, listen, Green Day, when you do your song American Idiot, don't do the Trump thing. Okay. And they did, and it had to be bleeped out. So what was more American, Green Day saying F Trump, or Bad Bunny taking the high road, honoring his country, which, by the way, is part of the U.S., and honoring other Latin countries in South America and saying we're all Americans, and he even included Canada, North America. He said we're all the Americas. We're all Americans. Fireworks, flag waving. I mean, that was a patriotic event from Bad Bunny. Whether you like the music or not, it was a fun spectacle for the ears and eyes, featuring big name cameos. I mean, that's what you want in a halftime show. And President Trump said he hated it because he couldn't understand it. That's just a fear-based review because he doesn't understand the language and he's threatened by it. I don't understand Spanish, but hey, any Spanish-speaking people I've met and worked with here in Jackson who also speak English, I'll give you this. You know twice as many languages as I do. You're fluent in twice as many languages. I'm not going to have some knee-jerk fear reaction that America is deteriorating because I have to press 1 or 2 whenever I call tech support. Whatever. Speak whatever language you want. It's not what it's about. I thought it was a good halftime show. We'll talk about the commercials when I talk with Mac. I want to get his take on what he thought were the better commercials of the Super Bowl. But that was it. The game, I don't even remember who won. I don't remember who was even in it. What a boring game.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake, serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit, stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on Super Bowl Monday. Yes, I know. We'll try to keep the noise down. Many of us are still waking up after visiting the refrigerator too many times, maybe. Bob Jensen's on the show, former CEO of the Wyoming Business Council. He left that post back in March of 2018, but during his decade run, so much happened good-wise, benefit-wise for the state of Wyoming. Expansion of the rail industry in Evanston, Casper, Upton, Cheyenne, infrastructure improvement of the digital industry like that Sheridan Tech Park, recruitment of tech companies like Microsoft and the NCAR, that supercomputer. All this happened when Jensen was at the helm. Wyoming Business Council brought us from nowhere, zero, to wherever we are today. But the program started under former Governor Dave Freudenthal, and Jensen, Robert Jensen, led the way for a good 10 years. When were you there? Some like 2009 to 18 or 8?
No, it's like 2004 to 2014.
Okay. Yeah, so and it started in the late 90s, and we're going to have another leader of the Wyoming Business Council on in a bit. Two of the legends who both took time to write into the Cowboy State Daily, because I imagine they don't like what they see right now, and to throw away a agency that has done so much good. So just sort of recap your words, Bob Jensen, in your guest editor letter to the Cowboy State Daily.
Well, first of all, Jake, thanks for having us on. I appreciate it. Tucker will be on later this morning. And I worked with Tucker and for Tucker as the COO starting in 2004. And then when he retired from this position, I was able to move into that job as the CEO and moved on and then stayed until 2014. My letter explains, I think, a little bit about what the opportunities are for us in Wyoming coming up right now, largely because of some of the things that we did back in the early 2000s with the digital industries. And we've always been at the Business Council focused on both existing industry, expanding industry, existing industry and existing businesses, as well as taking advantage of our resource base to try to find other companies that would be a good fit for Wyoming. And that's how we got into the data center industry. First, it was NCAR, National Center for Atmospheric Research, west of Cheyenne. And that sort of set the stage for the visibility of the industry to see the advantages of Wyoming as a data center location. Those initial seed investments, I'll call them, from the Business Council to provide infrastructure for the expansion, first for NCAR, then for Microsoft, and then others, Lunavi, and which used to be Greenhouse Data. All of those things came about because of a team of people. Cheyenne leads, the governor's office, first Friedenthal, and then Governor Meade, the University of Wyoming. All of those folks worked together to try and build that industry, really based off of the ability to have fiber that Jim Geringer got when the fiber craze was going across the country. He negotiated to have 4 or 5 strands of fiber, and it just sat there. It didn't do anything. And we thought, why don't we use that? Why don't we figure out what we can do with that and draw some companies in here? And that's how that all got started. But the letter sort of grows off of that, because what's happened is that industry's exploded here in Wyoming, and it continues to grow. And with AI, artificial intelligence, it's going to get even bigger. Now, the thing that is really exciting about that is that the power to bring all that data together is now looking at the advantages of small modular nuclear, which is another huge opportunity for the state of Wyoming to be able to take advantage of those resources. We have all the uranium in the United States, pretty much. We have the ability to get it out. We have the ability to convert it. We have the ability, if companies want to do that, to enrich it, to make the fuels here. There's a company right now that wants to be making fuel pellets for small nuclear plants in Gillette. That is a huge opportunity. And the companies that are already here, manufacturing companies that are already here, I'll name one, L&H Industrial out of Gillette, are already making parts and components for that small modular nuclear industry today.
Yeah.
And it's only going to grow.
Bob, now that addresses the timing, and we're going to get into that, why the timing could not be worse if you're talking about eliminating Wyoming Business Council, because the state is poised to be on the global stage when it comes to AI, when it comes to small modular advanced nuclear power. But let's set that aside for a minute. Let's go back to the age-old argument. And I mean age-old. I mean, this was happening in 2014. You had to address this notion that Wyoming Business Council picks winners and losers, and government should not be involved in offering incentives, using taxpayer money to entice companies to come here. Now, we will address the sort of a two-pronged thing of Business Council, what they do. Yes, there is some attraction of companies we want that we think would be a good fit. There's also expansion of infrastructure for the ones that are here and want to expand. But first, attracting people to Wyoming. Let's face it, we don't live in a vacuum. Wyoming is in a global economy, right? I mean, everybody is doing this. Other states are doing this.
Thank you. That is the truth right there. I mean, if we think that having a government agency provide assistance for infrastructure to help grow the economy, and that is picking winners and losers, or having government intrude in the business environment. Guess what? If we don't do that, we'll be the only ones on the planet that don't do that. Government has been involved with incenting growth of businesses for eons. It's not new. And to your point, we live in a global economy, and Wyoming has to compete in that global economy. Listen, this message that we're sending out with people saying we don't need the business council anymore. What do they do for us? They're picking winners and losers. Government doesn't need to be involved in business. That sends the exact wrong message to help existing Wyoming businesses want to be here, and businesses that aren't in Wyoming, that see Wyoming as a logical place for them, helps them. It sends them the wrong message. If we're not playing in this game, guess what? Colorado, Utah, South Dakota, Montana, North Dakota, Idaho, all of those states are chomping at the bit to take the companies that are thinking that they want to be in Wyoming. Or listen, take the companies that are already in Wyoming and move them out of Wyoming. We have to compete in this marketplace, the local marketplace, the national marketplace, and the global marketplace. And if we send this message out, that is the exact wrong message.
Spending taxpayer money on attracting corporations to maybe relocate in Wyoming. Yes, we have a lot of things that check the box for a business that's looking to come somewhere else. We have this great tax haven, but there are other offers out there. We don't live in this vacuum. So yeah, we see why Wyoming needs to be a player in that, and creating a firewall, this imaginary firewall between government and business, is good political theater, but in real world, the economy thrives where it's supported. That's what it is. So let's talk about small businesses, Wyoming Business Council, how it's benefited some of our existing businesses that we're looking to expand. I think of somebody like, PRCA. They're looking to expand, but they don't feel they have the room or the love. They're not feeling the love from Colorado. So they're leaving to come to Wyoming. What about businesses in Wyoming that say, man, we'd love to get bigger, we'd love to expand, but maybe we'll leave because we don't have the sewer, we don't have the roads, we don't have the amenities we need. That's where Business Council really comes in. And it started with the Business Ready Communities program. It's been vital to the WBC and what they're doing. Has it worked? Success stories there, Bob?
Yeah, that program has worked in spades. The number that's being tossed around for total state money has been invested in the Wyoming Business Council is just under $1 billion over the 20 plus years that the Business Council's been in existence. That has led to billions, many billions. I don't know the exact number, but it's at least 20 or 30 billion. It's probably more than that in capital investment from that seed money investment. And all that money that has gone into the Business Council hasn't all gone to the BRC, but a lot of it has. But that's where the growth has come. Now, the ability for small businesses to be able to grow and access help from the state of Wyoming, from the Business Council and others, the Wyoming Energy Authority, just straight through the governor's office sometimes, it doesn't go directly to those businesses. That money does not go directly to those businesses. It goes to communities, counties, cities that see opportunities for infrastructure investment that can grow either an existing business or attract another business and help them want to be in their community. It's community-based and county-based. It's not direct to businesses. That's illegal in Wyoming, and that's a challenge for us because other states can do that. We can't. But it's been successful in spite of that because of the vision of the local communities. Listen, this partnership is the key to the success of Wyoming's economic growth. The businesses first, They have the vision. They have the idea. They want to grow. They need some help. They go to their community. The community says, let's go to the business council. It makes it, this is a long process. But when the deals are right and when they work, it's magic and it's great. And if you don't have that resource, you give yourself a huge broken leg in terms of trying to grow a business, and you put yourself in vulnerable place to let other states and other countries come in and take those businesses away.
We're talking to Bob Jensen, former CEO of Wyoming Business Council. He took over from Tucker Fagan, and the legacy of the Business Council, while it has had some early on had some strikes against it, maybe to watch this legacy agency go away in one stroke of the pen down there in Cheyenne during a Business Council would be such a loss, such a shame. Let's talk about the timing, Bob. And by the way, I'm glad you mentioned where the money goes. Josh Durrell has been talking about this all the time. He's like, this is not taxpayer money going to a company so they can make payroll. This is for the community. Like it's for the economy. It's floating everybody's boat. Yeah, I think that message has gotten through. Let's talk about timing, though. Wyoming is right here poised to be a serious, real player in AI, this artificial intelligence. We all know to make AI, you got to make a whole mess of data centers. The cloud does live somewhere, and it lives in Wyoming. Dang it! And thanks to the fiber foresight of Governor Geringer, data centers feed this whole AI thing, and America has to be first in that race. And then the nuclear advancements, these small modular advanced nuclear power. We saw one lost opportunity and bar none. This is the future as well. Wyoming Business Council could be right there, poised to be a player.
Yeah. That's a huge opportunity. Wyoming has always been an energy state. We will always be an energy state. And when you look at the growth of our economy, we need to be an energy state, but we need to be in all forms of energy. And when you look at what makes the most sense and the timing of the growth of the technology for safe, small, modular nuclear power, and Wyoming's place in that nuclear industry, the timing, your point is correct. The timing is perfect for that, and companies are very interested in that. There's several companies that are looking at Wyoming locations for not just power plants, but for fuel facilities as well. And it's an exciting time. It's ours to lose. We have to get after it and make these companies understand that we are for this industry. We are for expanding the nuclear technology to power not just these data centers, but other companies in Wyoming and the global industry. Look, we could be the center of the universe on this. That's overstated, but we have the capacity. We have the companies that are already making these products for these companies that build these power plants, and they're safe, they're efficient, and it's the wave of the future. And we're at the front door of that right now. We got to take advantage of that.
I'm so glad today we have two former CEOs of the Wyoming Business Council on, because Josh Durrell has been on the show a few times and explained his point of why the Wyoming Business Council is still valid and very important, but he's in it. You get the sense that naysayers will say, he's just looking out for his job. Is Bob Jensen, Tucker Fagan, other than watching their baby, so to speak, just be thrown out with the bathwater, they no longer have a personal vest in this. They just know it works, and they know it works for Wyoming. So it's great to have you on in that perspective.
Thank you. Your point is right. We're retired, but we still care about Wyoming. Nobody cares about Wyoming more than Tucker Fagan, who moved here out of New York, and the state, he adopted this state, and this state's adopted him. I'm a fourth generation Wyoming guy. I love Wyoming, and I want to see Wyoming do well. And that's why both Tucker and I we're sort of brought into this economic development industry. We didn't do it because we're economic development professionals, believe me.
Yeah.
We did it because we love Wyoming and we want to see Wyoming grow. We want our kids to be able to be here in Wyoming and have good paying, solid jobs that they can be here. My daughter moved to Fort Collins simply because that's where the job was. And so, it's a fact of life. Kids move out, they go to different states, they go for opportunities. We need to have opportunities for the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. And that's what we're talking about here. These opportunities are here now. We need to make sure that we take advantage of that. The manufacturing industry in this state is growing incredibly fast. And, most non-mineral industries, we used to track this when I was at the Business Council. I think they still do now. The non-mineral development GDP has just continued to grow. That's diversification. That's economic diversification in a state that's dominated by the industry.
Which we talk about all the time, yeah. Bob Jensen with us in this first hour. We got to bust out of here for news. Bob, thank you so much for coming on. Read his article in the Cowboy State Daily, Why the Business Council is Important to Keep. Thanks for coming on, Bob.
Thanks, Jake.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Former NBA player Moose Dabbich of Hudson was fishing without a license back in 1972 and didn't want to get into trouble. But two boys spotted what they thought was Bigfoot and ran off to tell authorities. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Darthy reports that Dabbich says he blames it on an old brown coat.
So the coat that he was wearing wasn't even meant to be worn. Moose Dabbich had a coat that he kept in his car, so in case he had an accident, he could put it on the ground and get under his truck and take care of it. Well, it was cold. It was the only coat he had, and he described it as very ugly, and it was polyester, furry-looking Yale coat.
Dabbich tells Cowboy State Daily that he can understand how the two boys mistook him for Bigfoot in that ugly coat since he's 7 feet tall. Hell's Half Acre, an otherworldly alien landscape in a remote section of central Wyoming, is reopening in May. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that access to that area has been restricted since 2005.
They've built an observation deck out there now. They don't have to cut the fence anymore to get a good view and get a good picture, get a good selfie. There's picnic tables there where they can have a nice little roadside lunch if they want, a little roadside picnic if they want. There's going to be some interpretive signs there that talk about the history of the place, not just the Starship Trooper movie, though.
Once upon a time, Hell's Half Acre brought millions to the community in tourism money. With the popularity of film trails, it's thought it could once again drive some tourism revenue in the Natrona County area, and the site is being added to various apps that help road trippers find film locations. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Until about March, folks might see blindfolded bighorn sheep or deer flying around, slung in harnesses under helicopters. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the animals are playing a critical part for science.
If you see an animal, a bighorn sheep or a mule deer, blindfolded and slung underneath a helicopter flying around, don't freak out. Nobody's kidnapping them. It's not some kind of secret spy mission. This is a time of year when they like to capture animals, take blood samples, tissue samples, test body fat content, that sort of thing to kind of get a snapshot of herd health. So don't freak out. It's business as usual this time of year.
Game and Fish Cody region wildlife biologist Tony Mong tells Cowboy State Daily that December through March is the best time to capture and study animals because in the summer months they're in more rugged terrain and raising their offspring. Wyoming's turn to play the Survivor 50 Challenge, which means people in every state are given clues to find a hidden immunity idol. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that clues for Wyoming were released over the weekend.
So the clues provided are near a town named for David Edward. You can always ski on by when it's cold. It's Granite Hot Springs because it's off Wyoming Highway 189, and it's south of Jackson, which was named for David Edward Jackson.
Now, whoever finds an immunity idol in the mountains south of Jackson, they'll get to share a unique moment in the popular reality show's history. The Survivor 50 Challenge is a celebration of Survivor 50.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure? I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Tell them what they've won, Johnny. Such a game show thing. There's times where I do really need this sound bed. It sounds so game show like. We have no prizes to give away today. I'm sorry, but we will make it. We'll try to make it competitive and game showy, I guess, if we can. Don Dave's going to try to explain the weather. We ought to give him a prize if he can do that. This is crazy weather. Why don't we open up golf course? Why don't we start golfing again if it's going to be like this? Jimmy Orr wanted to know, so he wrote a story about it in the Cowboy State Daily. With record-breaking warm weather, why aren't most Wyoming golf courses open? Can't we just say, well, if snow's not coming, we'll extend the golf season? I'm all for that. Come on. According to the research done by Jimmy Orr, Cowboy State Daily, it's not that easy. Darn. In a nutshell, why don't we just open all the golf courses again? It's not that easy. Later this hour, we'll have Kyle Washut. He's the president of the Wyoming Catholic College. We'll dig deep into their curriculum. We've had President Washut on before, but we just sort of gave a general flyby of what they do at the college. I want to know exactly what they teach. We'll drill down on the course study and look at the curriculum of the Catholic College. And Tucker Fagan, as promised, another former CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, and so much more. He'll be on this hour. First, I want to talk about why we can't have golf. Why not? I mean, look, it's going to be 65 in Torrington. Why can't they open a golf course? Does Torrington have one? Oh, one of our Facebook listeners, Carla, says, good morning from Cheyenne. Good morning, Carla. And Lori says Benjamin Franklin is generally credited with the invention of bifocals. I knew it. He decided to saw his lenses in half. Oh, so we probably already had the monocle. The monocle, which was invented by either theater opera goers, so it was invented perhaps by the Italians so they could see the opera singer better. Is that Pavarotti? I can't see. Or Pavarotti? Is that Pavarotti? I can't tell. I'm not in those fancy loge boxes that the king gets. That had to be, that sounds like the English or Italians who invented opera. The monocle. Or it could have been the Germans, because we all know that Colonel Klink does the monocle. Germans, Italians, or the English invented the one-eye glasses, monocle. But it took Benjamin Franklin, the kite flyer, to come up with the idea that, wait a minute, why we got two eyes? Why do we have one glass? Duh. Let's make one for each eye. Genius, Ben Franklin. I mean, he discovered that right after he invented electricity by flying a kite in a storm. So Ben did some dumb things. Let's go fly a kite in a thunderstorm. And he did some smart things. Let's take one monocle and turn it into real glasses. But Benjamin Franklin could not have foreseen the stigma that would come with wearing glasses, the shame and the shade throwing at those four eyes. Nerd! Which we will talk about later. We bring this all up because we're talking glasses and everything about them. Glasses like the pair of glasses some of us have to wear, nearsighted or farsighted, because an author is going to be on, David Dunaway. And David will talk about his book, A Four-Eyed World, How Glasses Change the Way We See. It's out February 16th, and it will cover everything from the history of eyeglasses, including the invention of such, to the stigmas involved. Why do people, hide the fact that they have to wear glasses? Why is it a shaming thing? To how it's used in Hollywood. For instance, do you think it's significant? What does it mean that Clark Kent by day has a regular desk job? He's just a reporter for the Cowboy State Daily. But when he jumps in a phone booth and puts on the cape, he takes off the glasses because Superman can't be wearing glasses. What does that mean? What was Hollywood telling us? And then we'll look at all the way up to today when eyeglasses are now high tech. We talk about AI glasses, smart glasses, Google glasses, like whoever invents those. ICE is already using those. The kind of glasses we see in sci-fi movies, promising that one day we could look through these goggles, these glasses, and size up our somebody in an instant. The glasses would tell us how tall, how heavy, gender, and whether they were carrying any weapons, what nationality. It would tell us everything about that person, whether they were in the country legally. They would be ID'd by glasses, smart glasses. So, David Dunaway's got a book about all this, and we'll have him on later. Kyle Washit and Tucker Fagan this hour, and Don Day, who needs to explain why golf courses are thinking about reopening, but they can't. Here's why. I'm sure it's going to be something dumb about irrigation, because the grass isn't growing. I understand we're warm, but we're not warm enough that, excuse me, we're not warm enough that the grass grows. So if you got a bunch of golfers out there tromping around, they're gonna wreck the grass, right? That's why I would imagine you can't golf now. Don Day says, meteorologist Don Day says he no longer likes his job. In fact, on this show last week, Don says, who wants my job? He's tired of it. And I don't blame him. To be a meteorologist in Wyoming this year is cuckoo. They're freezing their butts off in Fargo, which is not unusual. And they're freezing their oranges off in Orlando, Florida, where they were. Meanwhile, Wyoming has got wildfires going on. We got a red flag warning today in Cheyenne, in Torrington, with highs in the mid-60s and a chance of wildfires raging because there's no snow on the ground. So why can't we at least golf if it's going to be this bizarre? Rawlins, record highs. Casper, Buffalo, Lander, Riverton, Rock Springs, Laramie, Worland, all set record high temperatures. Don Day says, I'm done. I don't know what's going on. Well, he does know, but I'm sure his phone is ringing off the hook. His emails are burning up saying, Don, we need snowpack. So Cowboy State Daily did reach out to golf courses and ask, why can't you just reopen? And I haven't cared enough to read the rest of the story, but I would imagine it's, you can't care for the lawn. I mean, golf course is only as good as its grass and the greens and the fairways. Besides having put away all your lawnmowers and all your toys and stuff, I guess you could get those back out. But you can't irrigate. That's the problem. You shut off irrigation because it'll all freeze. And if you can't irrigate the lawn, and even if you can, I don't know that your grass is growing in February. The grass is intelligent enough to know that, hey, we don't grow in February. It's February. We'll stop growing. So I think it's all a matter of caring for the grass is why you can't just suddenly reopen your golf course just because it refuses to be winter in Wyoming. I mean, there are places where it has not got much below 50 in the day. It's been 50s and 60s all winter. Yeah, why can't we be golfing? Jimmy Orr had that question, asked golf course owners, and they explained why. And I don't want to read it because I just want a world where we can golf whenever we want. Certainly, if there's no snow, we should be golfing. If we can't snow machine and ski, let's be golfing. Before I dig into our stories of the day, I'm going to play a quick break so I can get Don Day in here. Don Day, weather forecaster next. He's the weather forecaster for now, but he's looking for a new gig, I think.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner. Go.
Excellent. Suckers. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And yeah, we're talking about golfing in Wyoming because, you know, winter's just not going to show up. And our listeners are so on it. We did get a text to the studio line saying, yes, Torrington has a golf course, but we still don't know if it's open. Jimmy Orr reached out. He called the pro shop at Cottonwood at Torrington. And the message on the machine said, of course we're open. Thanks for calling. But he couldn't get a call back. And I'm on the website now trying to book a tee time for today. And I can't. So I'm thinking they're not open, although they could be, because today's weather forecast for Torrington, a balmy 65. You'll be golfing in short sleeves. But I think, you know, short of calling them and getting the same message, it appears I can't book a tee time. I'm trying, like, 2 people. I want a cart, tee time today. No tee times available today. Unless they're booked out, which could also be the case, they're not open. Why not? If Donde ain't going to make winter, why not golf? Where is Don? I think Don, there he is. I got to ask Don something. I think he has fallen into the habit of thinking he's on at 7:25, which would be dangerous because we have lots of guests booked for 7:25. Don, that my first question for you before we get into the impossible to answer questions, which is where's winter and why can't we golf if it isn't going to show up? The first question is, we have you for 7:20. Is that your notes?
I guess so.
Okay. Deer in the headlights, Scott. No, because more and more we're booking the 7:25 slot with guests. Like, our bookers, our show producer bookers have been very busy. And we get 7:25. So to get to clear enough time for you.
Yeah, so I will try my best to make 7:20.
Yes, I know you got a lot going on at headquarters. Pretty soon you're just going to be out of this job because you're gonna walk away.
Why? There's no weather, right?
I know. You just walk away. Do something else that's either
no kidding,
more exciting and invigorating or easier to do because Fargo, they're freezing their butts off. Last week they were freezing their oranges off in Orlando. And today in Wyoming, parts of Wyoming could see wildfires raging, red flag warnings, mid-60s golfing weather, and parts of Wyoming are also going to get their first snow in forever. So
yeah, that means the weather's changing. So you know, this is what we talked about last week. That this week we'd finally have something to talk about. For this week, we've got 2 Pacific cold fronts. So they're Pacific, they're not Arctic. So the air is not going to be terribly cold, but there's going to be some good chances of rain and snow in the far north and western parts of the state today. A nice shot of snow in the high country of the north and the west. This front will make the rest of the state cooler tomorrow. And then there's another frontal system coming in Wednesday and Thursday. That will be a little bit more directed towards the west and southern parts of the state. So some folks will get a little bit of snow, and that will make it a little bit cooler. And then we've got a big, deep trough of low pressure that will be diving into California early next week. That will dominate the weather pattern across all of the western half of the nation next week. So there is some weather, and I think that what we should probably be focusing on is the high country. The Intermountain West from California to the Rockies is going to do very well to see snow coming back to the mountains. And that's going to really be a good pattern to get the snowpack going again. We still don't have the pattern yet where the low elevations can get a lot of snow, at least through this week. You know, maybe next week the chances get a little better.
Yeah, and you say we're chipping away at this, not going to be turning the faucet on, chipping away at what has been a 2-month robust system. Has just kept winter from getting here, from knocking, from... We just haven't opened the door when we heard the knock.
No, we've opened the door a crack a couple of times.
Yeah.
We tend to forget that. We had a pretty good cold snap for 5 or 6 days in January. But you remove those little slight openings of the door, the door's pretty much been shut, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to compare today, Torrington 65, with this day in history, the coldest temperature ever recorded in Wyoming, ever. It was this day in Yellowstone. That was that minus 63 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Golly.
Just to tell you the variety of weather in Wyoming,
Totally.
You can have record cold or record warm on the same date.
That's like 130 degree difference in the same day. One last thing, Don, you talk about the Pacific bringing moisture, and a lot of those Arctic, those Canadian polar vortex things, they have cold. To get a perfect storm, so to speak, like a blizzard, like a dumping of snow, do you need a clash of both those things? Because typically cold fronts don't bring their own moisture, and the Pacifics don't bring the cold.
Right, you're right. So to get the big storms on the plains east of the divide to bring upslope, you do have to have both. You got to have a little Canadian, and you've got to have a lot of Pacific. Now, this is why the mountains are going to do well, because the Pacific moisture gets the mountains, but you got to have a good cold frontal boundary on the plains to get that real big storm going. So it's like a jigsaw puzzle. You need all the pieces. They all have to fall together. And I have to tell you this, to get a good storm on the plains of Wyoming, you do have to have all the stars line up, and the timing has to be just right too. So, but the good news is snowpack is going to get a boost the next 3 weeks. Going to get a big boost.
Yeah, to see those big dumps in the eastern half of the state, 1949, and the kind where you have to airdrop hay to the cattle, they don't happen very often. They really don't.
Well, and when they do happen, they happen between March and May.
Yeah.
It really, I can quote you some big storms in February and January and December, but the number is much, much less than March, April, May.
Yeah. All right, Don, how'd you like the Super Bowl? Kind of boring?
That was the worst. It was awful. I want a refund.
Totally. I agree. It was terrible.
Do you really think the best AFC team was in the Super Bowl?
No. Like, that's the best we got.
Yeah.
The Patriots, they laid an egg. Thanks, Don. As Don Day points out, it would have been way better with Denver or Buffalo. Come on. New England, that was the best of the AFC? Big yawn. That was disappointing. Patriots. Real disappointing. Cowboy State Daily Show. And, Seattle's defense, they've been doing that to a lot of teams. That's the thing. That's not the first time Seattle just choked out somebody. Jimmy says Torrington is open. So why can't I book online? Not that I could get to Torrington in time for a 2 o'clock tee, but I sure try my darndest. Torrington Golf Course is open. All right, I'm booking my tee time right now. Yeah, maybe maybe the website booking is non-functional, or maybe I'm doing it wrong. That's probably what it is. But yeah, call up and book your foursome. Get out there on the course, because today, Torrington weather, as we said, going to be gorgeous. Windy, but you know that. You know, sometimes you're trying to tee off into the wind, and that ain't fun, because suddenly your drives are like not even 200 yards. And sometimes you got the wind behind you, and you're hitting at 330 like the pros. Woo! What is the forecast for Torrington? Let me look at that again. Red flag warning, so partly sunny, breezy, 65 with may the wind gusts all be at your back as you line up that with the driver for this tee off. Everybody hitting 300 yards on a day like today in Torrington. Everybody. 65, a little bit windy, partly sunny. Red flag warning. Red flag being meaning go ahead and golf. Hopefully we stay out of the wildfire thing. There was wildfire activity over the weekend. Greg Johnson had that story for the Cowboy State Daily. Let me find that. I saw that. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was Casper Planet. This is the kind of crazy world we live in now, where I'll see a news item concerning Wyoming coming up on my socials, and I'll think, is that Cowboy State Daily or Casper Planet? It's hard to tell. And there was a photo that looked fake. It looked AI. Giant walls of flame descending on Riverton on February 7th. Get out of here. I thought it was fake. What am I searching for now? I'm getting Facebook. No, I want to just find the reels. The Cowboy State Daily story with Greg Johnson had that story of evacuations. It was just outside of Riverton. I'm not sure where. Maybe in Red Canyon. Let me flip through here and find the story. It had all the flames, which was scary looking. Okay, here it is. Riverton residents. Yeah, Greg Johnson has the story. Growing wildfire just south of Riverton. Reported Saturday afternoon. Jump the river has prompted immediate evacuations for residents in its path. The fire, well over 100 acres. One of those grass fire, they don't have forest in Riverton, but they have those grass sage ground fires that move so fast. This one's got a name. So it's the rain fire, R as in rain as the equipment you use to control a horse. The rain fire consumed over 100 acres, burning in vegetation south of Rain Road and Railroad Avenue, just outside Riverton city limits. Multiple firefighting agencies on scene to knock it down. It's now considered out or no longer a threat. But yeah, there was a time where that was throwing up big smoke, big flames, area of the fire. Okay, I see this pretty far south of Riverton. It's not like it was going to take over the city, but if you were in the path of this, you were told, get out now. I remember there was no ready, set, go. There was get out, go. Yeah, interesting. That That's just weather fascination, where iguanas are frozen solid in the Sunshine State and Wyoming's on fire. It doesn't make sense. Zuby says Robert Ritchie, second chances. I don't know what that means. Zuby, don't be so cryptic. Sam just gives us a thumbs down. I don't know what we did to deserve that. Probably something I said about the Super Bowl. Oh, maybe it's saying that nobody's a fan of the Patriots. Certainly not after that performance yesterday. Way to go, Patriots. Jeez, put up a fight. Show up at least. Denver or Buffalo would have done way better in that one. Let's take a break because I want to give plenty of time for Tucker Fagan. He's coming up in just a bit right after this stuff.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Super Bowl Monday. That means hangover day, I guess, for many red-blooded Americans. Or else we turn the game off at halftime, figuring this is a yawner. Maybe we all got to bed early. I don't know. I'm glad we set aside enough time, though, for our next guest. He needs the whole morning, honestly, to cover everything Tucker Fagan has accomplished in his life. He's a stickball champion of Brooklyn. Don't ever challenge him to a game of stickball. I'll tell you that right now. Let's get Tucker in here. This guy is just fascinating. You want to learn more about him, go back and watch the Roundup with Wendy Core, that podcast, and learn more about Tucker Fagan. Retired Air Force Colonel, former head of Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Staff Nuclear Section. He was in the Pentagon. He taught Ronald Reagan about our warfare capabilities. It's incredible what this guy has done. He led the F.E. Warren Air Force Base for a while in Cheyenne. He ran the Wyoming Business Council in the mid-90s. That's where we're going to concentrate. But the world needs more cowboys, and the world needs more New York City Teamsters. Honest, there's nobody who can get more done than a New York City Teamster. Sturdy, resourceful. I've seen them at work. I spent time in New York, Tucker. I think that's how you got to where you are, because when many say it's the well-educated, best educated, finest breeding. Now, nobody's going to outwork this guy. Tucker Fagan has done it by just hard work. Before we talk about Wyoming Business Council, welcome to the show. I want you to give us the brief of how you got here, because New York City to Wyoming, that trip doesn't usually make sense. And it came with a couple of phone calls from high-ranking government people that said, Fagan, we heard about you. What a phone call to get. Tucker?
I'm on. Oh,
Yes.
Now I see you. Oh, okay. Sorry, Jake.
It's all right.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Wyoming's just been a great place for me and my family. My dad was a firefighter in New York. I was a Teamster, 856 out of Brooklyn. And you're so right. I mean, I learned so much from those men that I worked with, just good people. And they taught me about humanity and people and that kind of thing. How did I get to Wyoming? 1968, I joined the Air Force. My first assignment was Cheyenne. So I came out here as a young missile launch officer, and I pulled alerts here for about 5 years. And, I tried to learn everything about that missile system, and I essentially memorized it all. After that, I got a phone call from this colonel saying, hey, we've heard about you, Fagan, and we want to bring you up to Joint Strategic Target Planning Staff. That's the group that builds the war plan. There were 4 Air Force, 4 Navy. And so we targeted all land and sea-based weapons and interface with the bomber team, which had B-52s and FB-111s. So same thing. I go, okay, you're going to pick me to do that. I'm going to learn every single weapon, every single target. And there's a corollary here to the Business Council. The war plan is based on what the president tells the Department of Defense. He publishes a document, National Security Directive 13 in my time. It was about 7 pages. Here's what I want you guys to do. That goes over to the Secretary of Defense. They go, okay, here's what we think the president wants, and we're going to give you this direction. That's about 40 pages. Then that went to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He writes it to about 120 pages. Then it came to us. And our job was to say, here are your bag of weapons. Here's the target to support that objective. This is how you get it done. Business Council. This is not some rogue agency. This is the Department of Commerce for the state of Wyoming. And it's clear. There's a Wyoming statute that clearly says this is what you do. And then you go to joint appropriations. They say, here's the money, and you get the manpower, and you accomplish those objectives. It is not that difficult. The real key to me is I think so few people understand that the Wyoming Business Council, it's a state agency, just like the Department of Health, just like WYDOT. It's the same. I remember my first time going to joint appropriations, John Chipper from KC, good senator, tough guy. I mean, tough guy.
Yeah.
He told me, don't you ever forget, we're your board of directors. And I never forgot that. And that's it. You work with the legislature and carry out what they tell you what to do. So, and that's a key thing. The other thing that I think people don't understand about the Business Council is that, and you talked about it, Bob Jensen, a little, 16.6 of the Wyoming Constitution says you cannot, a state, county, city agency cannot give money to a person or a business. So what we had to do is look at it and say, here's our directive, here's the money and manpower, how do I make this thing happen? So that's what the business council is. So we focused on how do we help existing businesses? How do we recruit? And in my time, we spent 98% of our budget on existing Wyoming businesses. I'm the one who went to the legislature and said, we have companies looking at Wyoming and we have companies in Wyoming who want to expand. But we'd say to them, if you want to come, they'd say, hey, we'd like to have product out the door in 6 months. And we'd say, give me 18 months. I might get a road out to that cow pasture. I mean, that's where we were. We were nowhere. We had to build the infrastructure. And that's what business ready community is working with the community and saying, what do you think is the thing that you need for your community? And so we would work with them and vet with them, and then we'd have to go with that proposal to the board of directors of the Wyoming Business Council. Good business people in this state. I mean, excellent business people doing this on their own dime. And they would say yes, no. Then it went to the State Loan and Investment Board. So the 5 electeds, they'd have to say yes, no, we'll do that. So, and that's what you see in my letter. There was no politics here. There was no intrigue. It was straight up, this is a business decision to try and build, infrastructure in Cora, in Franny, in you name it. We try to help the existing communities. And so that's one side of it. The other is we try to help existing businesses. So how's that? I can't give you $1. I can give you knowledge. All right. If you want to build a coffee shop on the southeast side of Cheyenne, we had access to information that it would say, hey, that's already saturated there. Why don't you go to the northwest side? That's better for you. We would give you information. Another thing we would do is like we would buy space at conventions like the SHOT Show down in Las Vegas, which is going on right now. We would buy it because the small businesses, they couldn't afford it. Then we would invite them, say, come on out. And tourism and businesses would market Wyoming at SHOT Show and other conventions, and hopefully they would get a contract or they would, their wares would be known. That's the kind of thing that we were doing, is saying, how can we help you? At one time, there was not a single patent attorney in the state of Wyoming. If you wanted to patent an idea, you had to go to Denver to Billings. That's garbage. So we worked with the University of Wyoming and found somebody who helped with getting you through the patent process. We paid for that. We use state money to contract with that person to help people do that. So, and some people have heard of Small Business Development Center. We paid for that. Manufacturing Works, great organization that helps manufacturing, find raw materials, best way to manufacture, help them out, give them advice, do those kinds of things. So that's what we were doing, is creating entities that help existing businesses grow. Jake, in Lingo, if there's a company there and they can hire 2 more people, that's logarithmic for that community. Hire 2, hire 4. That's what we were after, and that's what the Business Council does. I just feel like people in the legislature doing appropriations, they don't understand it. They need to go talk to the mayors, the county commissioners, and say, hey, do you work with these guys? Do they help you at all? I know, like, they're good mayors. I know, like Kinski up in Sheridan there. He worked with us, and you look at that business park now, there was nothing in Sheridan. Now there's a tech park up there, and it's got, over 300 employees working in it. That's what we were doing, is creating the environment that help businesses grow, help recruit, those kind of things. Let me talk about Bob Jensen talked about too, National Center for Atmospheric Research. Bob did a great job on that. I was there at the start of it, and we looked at that as that's phase 1. We got NCAR here because they had problems. They couldn't get enough electricity down in Colorado. We had it. So we put together the package, got them here. We looked at that as phase 1. Phase 2 is, what are the companies that when they were down in Boulder, settled down in Boulder, like Storage Tech, like IBM. You go out of the north side of Boulder, you see this big IBM building. That's what we were looking for. We're getting that now. You drive on the South Greeley Highway, there are monster buildings being built down there because they saw NCAR landed here. We have the power, we have the fiber, going from Salt Lake to Omaha, from Denver to Billings. We have what they need, and we have good electricity here, stable electricity. What's phase 3? Phase 3 is we want the companies that build the equipment that goes in those buildings. That's who we're after, because those are high-tech jobs. That's what economic development is. You work, and look, NCAR was, it's been here, I don't know, 15 years? I can't even tell you how long now. My brain doesn't work. But you work it. Like Sheridan, you get the infrastructure in there, and then we started to get Kennan Industries was the first one, and now we have a whole bunch more there. And the same thing in other communities. That's what a Department of Commerce, Wyoming Business Council does.
And I want to talk about, why those are essentially the same thing. This all comes from Tucker Fagan, a guy who couldn't tell you what economic development was when he was tapped to lead the Department of Commerce. Yes, that supercomputer, NCAR computer started, that built off the fiber the Governor Geringer brought in here, and that started this whole scene, and we're getting to phase 3 of that build out. You point to the exponential nature of hires. If Lingle hires 2 more people for whatever, making their widgets, that's more teachers needed to teach their kids, their students. That's more. It just builds and builds. And most of the stuff Wyoming Business Council does, like the good work of Senator Mike Enzi and like the work of Senator Cynthia Lummis, is not seen. They're not blowing their horn. It's stuff behind the scenes so much. What Wyoming Business Council does. Colonel Fagan, I want you to talk about real quick why there's no ability, both state statute wise and the process wise, why money can be targeted to somebody's brother or cousin, and we pick winners and losers. This stuff is vetted by communities in cooperation with staff at WBC. Then it has to go in front of a board, and then it has to go to SLIB. The 5 electeds have to vote it out. You can't just funnel money to your friends in order to build some business that's not needed.
That's right, Jake. It's the Wyoming Constitution, Article 16, Section 6. It says clearly, city, county, state cannot give money to a business. It cannot give money to, just gratis. Give it to you. Hey, I like you. You wear nice clothes. Hey, here's $10,000. No, you can't do that. Which, when I first started in economic development, just like Bob said, I was drug into it. I thought that was a detriment. It's not. It's the right thing, because there are gypsy companies that all they do, that's what they're going for. They're coming to your state saying, hey, we'll move in here with 10 employees if you give us $100,000. That's garbage. We don't want people like that. We want people who are dedicated to Wyoming, love it, and when they come here, they're going to stay. And the other people, they're already here. These families have committed with their kids and their relatives. That's the ones we really want to help. And then I had two sayings. One is, if you do nothing, you're pretty much increasing your capability of getting nothing. All right. So you sit there and say, oh, okay, well, I guess they'll just come to us. No, you go out there, find what's needed, and do that. And that to me is a real key thing. You got to do stuff. And that's where I just feel like people in JEC, I don't think they understand what's being done out there. That's why in my letter, I say, hey, you need to talk to the regional directors of the Business Council. Those men and women, they're in all sections of the state of Wyoming. They have their ear to the ground. When they hear about, hey, this company may be having trouble, let's get in there and see what tools we have available that we can help that company so they stay in business or they grow, that kind of thing. And that's not sexy. The sexy one, you're right, is the one that comes in and says, hey, we're going to be 300 employees and that kind of stuff, which Bob is, right? Bob Jensen, if you heard him earlier, we are getting that now with some of the nuclear stuff. Like, okay, I'm going to get a little wild here. Okay, do we store any nuclear material in Wyoming? Have you ever driven by a missile site? What do you think's in there? All right, and I hear these people say, "Oh, and the stuff that was going to come back to Radiant was depleted uranium."
Yeah.
Guess what we have in those missile sites? It's not depleted.
Right. We got stuff ready to go in Cheyenne at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. So we already have nuclear underground. Oh, yeah.
We've been doing this from the 1960s.
Yeah.
And what problem has that been for? We have great ranchers who look at the missile site on their property and they go, "That's mine." And if somebody drives up and parks there, they'll call the Wing Command Post and say, "Hey, get the cops out there.
Yeah.
Get those guys out of there." This is who Wyoming is. It's the greatest place, Jake. And that's why I settled here with my family, and I love it. I love the people here. And just like you said, too, the ability to talk, my brothers and sisters, I'd say, you ever try and see the governor of New York, you will never see that governor.
Just
There's
stand
15
in line.
people in the phalanx in front of you. Whereas, can you see our governor? You darn straight. Can you see Cynthia Lummis, John Barrasso, Mike Enzi? We have the greatest people. This is who we are. But we can't just sit here and do nothing. We have got to play in the game, but the focus is on our communities, and the focus is on our families and our businesses. That's what the Business Council is doing, and Josh is doing that now. And again, I just think that people just don't understand, because it's kind of this Business Council. Do you compete with business? Absolutely not. Do you pick winners and losers? No. We work with the communities. We work with that business. I remember my first staff meeting at the Business Council. I said, "Hey, I don't care who comes through that door. I don't care who they are. We help them." That's our job.
Yeah, it's government supporting business. This notion that the two need to be separated by a firewall, government here, business there. Other states call what they do a Department of Commerce. That's what this essentially is, Wyoming Business Council. That's what you started as. And good idea to put state parks in front of cultural resources, or you get a bad acronym. But yeah, we were originally, this Wyoming Business Council is a Department of Commerce, pretty much, right? And other states have
It
those.
is.
Yeah.
It's just called something different.
Yeah.
And the idea back then when it first started was kind of to say, "Hey, we're going to do something different from the rest of the 50 or the other 49 states."
Yeah.
But the reality is, who is my chairman of my board of directors? John Schiffer. And I never forgot that. And I had my other board. And I remember when Schiffer told me that, I'm thinking, isn't that in the Bible? You can't have two masters? Okay, I'll have two masters. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I want to talk about one last thing. Oh, I do want to hit on your also. I love the way, man, you wear a lot of hats. The rodeo, the Cheyenne Frontier Days. Like, what did a New York City kid know about rodeo? Not a whole lot. But this is the same guy that when others at the missile silo in Cheyenne F.E. Warren Air Force Base were looking at their manual going, well, this connects to that and then that. He memorized the whole thing. That's why he got a call from D.C. saying, Fagan, we heard about you. Then you memorized all the U.S. ability to create war. Where would the fastest missile response be from? Would it be from a nuke sub, or would it be from Cheyenne? Like, you knew all that stuff in your head. So, of course, when Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo called and said, can you run this place? You're like, okay.
So again, here's a great thing about Wyoming, right? Is okay, I'm from New York, and people would kid me about that, but this is, and some people say, well, I came to Wyoming, I felt like an outsider. You're an outsider if you think you are. You're not an outsider. You come here and do the best job you can. People will recognize that, and you're an honest, decent person that people enjoy being around. When I give speeches to young people, I say, just like you kind of went through, whatever job you have, you know everything about that job. I mean, everything. And that's what I try to do with the missile system, the war plan, Cheyenne Frontier Days, working for Cynthia Lummis in the U.S. House. Same deal. know everything about that, and have a sense of humor. I'm here to tell you, like in the desk next to me in the Pentagon opens up, Harry, Jimmy, and Johnny all have the mental acuity to do it. Jimmy's a whiner. Jimmy's not getting a job.
Yeah.
Because I want people around me who have sense of humor, good brain. I could teach you anything because I was taught anything. I worked 2 years at MITRE Corporation, MIT Research and Engineering up in Boston, in the Air Force. Okay. And I was around, everybody had PhDs in hard physical sciences. You can learn anything. I don't care what it is. And know your job, sense of humor. That's life.
And develop leadership skills. Clarine Law could have taught you that.
Well,
she did teach
but leadership, Jake, leadership is understanding humanity.
Yeah.
99% of the people come to work every day to do a good job. The leader's job is create the environment where they want to come to work. It's easy.
Yeah. Not yelling and screaming and demeaning your employees, like creating a place where they want to be and love to be. This guy could teach us a lot about everything, but read his letter to the editor, read his column of the Cowboy State Daily regarding the Wyoming Business Council. He should know. He was there back in the inception, spent 8+ years doing that gig and many others. Colonel Fagan, thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake.
Time for news. We got to do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. The 2026 Wyoming legislative session begins on Monday morning at 10 a.m. Governor Mark Gordon will deliver a State of the State address, followed by a State of the Judiciary from Wyoming Supreme Court Chief Justice. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland will anchor our coverage and tells us what to expect.
It's a budget session. So the top objective is supposed to be creating a 2-year budget for the state of Wyoming. And that's been a little flashier, a little more controversial than in some budget cycles past, because we're talking at this juncture about possibly a $40 million cut to the University of Wyoming. Significant changes to the Wyoming Department of Health, both increases and denials. And beyond the budget, they're talking about defunding and dismantling the Wyoming Business Council, which is an agency geared toward government-backed economic development.
Cowboy State Daily will stream the State of the State at 10 a.m. on our homepage at cowboystatedaily.com. Salt Lake City investigators have discovered fresh evidence in the disappearance of former Jackson resident Ann Elise Elliott, who was 31 years old when she vanished more than 6 years ago. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the news of this first big break has brought hope to her younger sister, Emily Nardacci of Pinedale.
Police now have confirmed sightings of her in the North Temple area. They have confirmed sightings of her the same day she was released from the detention center. And they are now eagerly looking for people who may have seen her that day.
Now, it was originally reported to family that Elliott had been contacted by police in April of that year, but the Salt Lake City Police Department has since clarified that sighting never happened. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Kate Anderson didn't start out to heal hopeless racehorses on her ranch outside of Chugwater. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that now she rehabs thoroughbreds once thought beyond saving.
Her work has also attracted the attention of researchers. This guy who's a hoof expert from the University of Michigan, she's working with him to kind of study what's happening out there.
There's been a consistent belief in the racehorse industry that thoroughbreds just have genetically deficient feet. They're like hothouse beauties that must be coddled to the end of their days, but from what Anderson has seen at her ranch, this turns out to be something of a myth. Investigators found special education violations tied to student privacy and parental rights at Sweetwater County School District Number 1. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that now a Rock Springs mother is calling for the censure of the school board chair months after he publicly censured her husband.
I asked the superintendent, do you intend to apologize or make any censure? And the superintendent responded, well, this matter isn't over because we are asking for them to reconsider the decision, and we disagree with the characterization of Rachel Seppi for the underlying reason for the censure.
In January, the WDE issued a decision in a special education complaint that found SCSD out of compliance with federal rules governing student confidentiality and parents' participation rights. That decision has triggered a corrective action plan requiring mandatory training to be monitored by the state. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that's my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. David Madison joins us first thing this hour. Good to have you back, David.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm trying to get some paperwork in order, otherwise known as pressing the right buttons on the computer. Stand by. Super Bowl thoughts?
You know, I'm a Tar Heel fan, and we had a couple plays where, you know, former Tar Heel quarterback threw to a former Tar Heel receiver, Mac Hollins, who was a walk-on and is now, you know, appearing in a Super Bowl. So those were my bright shining moments, but I love seeing defense dominate. I got to take my hat off to Seattle. That was unbelievable.
That was the defense. I don't know to what point the lack of offensive creativity or ability for the Patriots, helped Seattle look better. But Seattle's been doing that to everybody all season long. Making boring football games out of all their games. They've been suffocating teams with that defense. The whole time I was just wishing couldn't have been Buffalo or Denver. Instead of New England.
Denver would have been great, right?
Yeah. All right. What stories you want to talk about? I got to find a David Madison story.
Well, yeah, I didn't write last week. I was on vacation in Colorado seeing friends and family. I'm here in Cheyenne, ready to join the press corps at the state capitol and cover the unfolding storylines. I can talk about some proposed legislation that we will be tracking. We've got our whole Cowboy State Daily team ready to go. I think there's 4 or 5 of us looking after different bills.
I don't know anybody covering the legislation better than Cowboy State Daily. We're all over it. The governor will kick off everything with his State of the State here in a couple hours from now. What does it feel like, and what do we have our eyes on? Probably all budget wise, right? Where's money going? Where is it not going?
Certainly, and that will be a big part of our coverage. And that's kind of unpredictable. How will debate unfold? We will be watching. Claire McFarland and I will be there in person, and maybe with some others as well. I can talk about the specific bills I'm tracking, just because they've fallen into the stories that I've some of them have been stuff that I've covered before. One in particular that I'm interested in is from Representative Alamand, who's had some unfortunate headlines lately over alcohol use. He has a really big proposal here with a constitutional amendment that would require a vote of the people before any high-level radioactive waste or spent fuel can be stored in Wyoming. That to me, I think will spark some debate. You have really two camps of, well, to oversimplify, maybe we have two camps of legislators, those that would like to see the nuclear industry flourish from start to finish, and that means perhaps storing waste, reprocessing waste. And then you have a lot of folks who really have just an aversion to that idea of Wyoming hosting any kind of waste site. And so Alamand's basically saying, hey, let's have a debate on this. Let's make it official. Let's put it to a vote. Which would be, add another step in what's already a really long process of getting nuclear facilities going. And so that's an interesting one.
Before you move on from that, I forgot about that. That is super interesting because to me, it sounds good. Like let the people decide everything. People should decide everything about the state, but we do in essence because we elect people to represent us, and they go decide everything in Cheyenne. This is removing that step of a legislator, but it would also put the onus on voters to get yourself educated and up to speed on nuclear and what it is and what it means and the waste storage. I don't know if all of us are ready to get there and do the homework, but it's super interesting, that Alamand bill. Yeah, stay on that, David. What else?
I saw the initial debate in committee on this back in the summer in Casper, and this is the protection of nuclear facilities. And it's essentially creating a state law that would accommodate the requests of TerraPower, I believe, and to adequately, in their eyes, protect nuclear facilities like the reactor they're building there in Kemmerer. And so it does some things that make sense, I guess, if you really want to don't want to let your guard down around nuclear facilities. The bill's designed to present specified crimes at nuclear facilities. I think where a lot of the debate is going to come on this one, I believe it has a provision that says that the guards that use force to protect a facility are shielded from civil and criminal liability. Given what we've seen across the country, where citizens have had unfortunate encounters with federal agents, I got to believe that's going to strike a nerve with some legislators, and they're going to raise concerns about that.
It's unfortunate that will taint the discussion a little bit, but I can see why you need your own law enforcement, your own security force at nuclear, because certainly Kemmerer Police Department or Uintah County Sheriff's Office, they don't have the training or even the bandwidth to help out and create a security force for TerraPower, but we do need one.
Certainly, and this also would give the power for guards to hold people. So if protesters or some other, who knows what the incident would look like? But in the past there have been peaceful and not so peaceful protests at nuclear facilities, and this would allow guards to hold them, I guess, until the local sheriff could show up. It's and in previous reporting, we've also showed that Kemmerer might not be the only place that has a nuclear reactor, and they might not all look like what's going in at Kemmerer, but either we have small modular reactors, or what they've talked about is actually having a reactor twice the size, potentially, of what's in Kemmerer in Cheyenne, powering the big Meta data center. And so clearly the state's trying to get ahead of this.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that you have these two competing bills, two attitudes. One that seems really skeptical, like, okay, we're going to put this to a vote for all the people before we bring in any waste. And two, we need to make sure that that nuclear developers feel like they can adequately protect their facilities. And so, yeah, there's definitely some competing energies and competing priorities around nuclear.
Hey, David, let me ask you, Jimmy just suggested that we touch on real quick a couple of your earlier stories we didn't get to visit with you. This thing, I had a UW professor on who knows all about this, and it was so insightful. This Wamsutter deal, the National Hydrogen Hub, transforming waste byproduct of the mining industry that they can't get rid of, and making that like win-win-win. Like, what about the wastewater? Right now, we just shove it back down to the ground. What if you could use that for hydrogen power? This is fascinating. This is huge, David, and you're on that Energy Reporter. This sounds so future to me. I love it.
Yeah, that was a fun story to report. I was in Laramie in the School of Energy Resources with Charles Nye, who is a research scientist, and one of his colleagues comes in down the hallway and says, I've got something really cool to show you. And so I go with them to the visual imaging lab, which is such an impressive, the whole place is impressive, but that visual imaging lab has a special kind of cinematic quality to it. And they showed how he had taken drone footage and then created a model for this facility they're building just south of Cheyenne. And yes, the idea is that when you produce oil and gas, you come up with produced water, and produced water holds hydrocarbons. And you can use that to separate out the hydrogen and create fuel, and perhaps do it in a way that happens right at a facility like in Wamsutter, where it can connect to a pipeline that would take it to the Pacific Northwest marketplace. And so that's the real optimistic spin on it. I think the challenges are that, it costs more to develop this facility than they had in the budget. And so they're still hoping to get some Department of Energy money to finish. But it has a little bit of connection to to some legislation. We have a proposed hydrogen severance tax that actually talks about a 3% severance tax on hydrogen produced from byproduct water. And so,
leave it to government to already be taxing something that is just an idea space right now.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not. Kevin Campbell has a couple of pretty complicated tax or energy ideas involving taxes. I'm still getting my head around those. But yes, the School for Energy Resources, I think has a real priority on looking for ways to transform what in earlier technology might have been considered waste, but with new technology can be considered a stock, a feedstock for a product.
And the geophysicist that heads that up, Charles Nye, this think tank in this partnership between the university and private, this public-private partnership to enhance like new tech is fascinating. I didn't know anything about it until your story, and it's so huge. So, I think this could be definitely on the horizon, this idea that we can make hydrogen out of produced water and flare off, stuff that mining companies just want to get rid of, and you could turn that into another side benefit. It's so cool. Senator Lummis was on the show last week when you were gone, talking more about her investigation into the Fed Reserve, and she's uncovered actual written evidence that the Fed Reserve pressuring banks to debank you and me and others who, depending on our political statements or what football team we were rooting for, we might be debanked. Lummis got a smoking gun.
Yeah, that is an interesting issue in that it really historically has cut across political lines, where it's gone from the pot industry has experienced this, and then hydrocarbon, fossil fuel industries have experienced this as well. And I think that with her position, with Lummis's position on the banking committee, she is uniquely positioned to be, I guess, a leader and a watchdog on this. It's super complicated, and I sat down with the dean of the law school, Julie Hill, in Laramie, and she broke it down for me, and basically said the real problem here is when government regulators have some very subjective criteria they determine on their own about your reputational risk, which sounds like it's nothing but subjective, right?
Yeah.
Like so how do you determine someone's reputation? And so we happen to have these two women who are really leading the charge on this, both from writing. I think Hill continues to write about it, and I think she's going to publish something about this. And then Lummis is really sounding the alarm in D.C. I watched a couple of Senate hearings before reporting that story, and yeah, you can see that Senator Lummis gets really animated when talking about this subject.
Yeah, and she certainly has the ear of the president, because anybody with a last name Trump has already been debanked. And this notion, lenders, that's what they do, is they try to, ascertain your risk. They do risk assessment all the time. But the idea that they're doing risk based on, what was it? What was the term? Reputational risk. Like, that does not sound good. It didn't sound good to Senator Cynthia Lummis, who is, of course, the crypto queen. And she's seeing that if you're pro digital asset, you might be anti banking establishment. That's huge.
It's tricky,
huge
right?
stuff.
Like you want to have the smartest minds in banking making the best business decisions, but you don't want those decisions to be based on which direction the political winds happen to be blowing that year. And so, good for Wyoming has made a reputation of, a positive reputation of being ahead of complicated financial issues. And I think this is just another example of that.
Good to have you on Wyoming soil. Enjoy your time in Cheyenne following the legislature. I'm sure
Thank you.
We'll talk more about that in the coming weeks. Thanks, buddy.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily's David Madison. He's helping Claire McFarland cover the budget session, the legislative session, which kicks off today in about an hour and a half. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more in the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a manic Monday, Super Bowl Monday. It's a Monday. Don't blame me. I'm just the messenger. John Hewlett's with us, ranch farm management specialist at UW. What qualifies him? I'll tell you what. He grew up tending to a small flock of black-faced sheep in Washington State. He's picked strawberries, and he's bucked more hay than you have. That's what qualifies him to know a thing or two about farm and ranch. Then he got himself educated, so he's got a mix of 8 years on the land and then a fancy education. John, you're the perfect guy for this discussion. How are you?
Good morning, and I'm doing well, thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about the recent story in the Cowboy State Daily. This foreign landowners of ag land, foreign nations owning ag land. What does it mean? First off, let's start from the beginning, John. What is the USDA portal that tracks foreign-owned agriculture land in the U.S.? It is does it have a name? AFIDA, AFIDA? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it does actually.
Okay, what is it? And it's been around. Like, this isn't something new, right? We know if Russia owns that farm over there, or if China owns that ranch.
Yes, so AFIDA, as the acronym stands for Agricultural Foreign Investment Disclosure Act, a very official 1978 act by Congress, which established a registry, right? And that's been ongoing since then in a paper form, but only recently, I guess, January 22 of 2026, very recently, a digital version of that has become available. And in that case, it's possible now to register your ag land transactions, if you're a foreign entity, digitally, as opposed to using a paper-based system. Paper still exists, and that system will, I guess, apparently go on for a while, but the digital thing is kind of new.
And that's where we get this fancy, cool map from the USDA. And we all get to see, finally, because nobody's reading anything in paper. We're all on the internet, and we see, hey, foreign interests, foreign-owned land everywhere. Should we be concerned? Let's talk about how it pertains to Wyoming, John. would you say, compared to other states in the nation, is there a lot of foreign-owned ag land in Wyoming? And if so, should we be concerned about what there is?
Well, of course, that's all kind of a relative point.
Yeah.
I might be really concerned if it's my neighbor's property.
Right.
But, you might be fine with it if it's, in my county or your county or across the state. But the direct answer to your question is as of December 31st, so of 2024, the last reported stat, there's only 470. Well, only, again, that's kind of a relative term, but
yeah,
478,000, roughly 500,000 acres in Wyoming that are owned by what are called foreign interests. Relative to other states, right, like Texas at the top of the list, 5.9 million acres, or a neighboring state, Colorado, 2.4 million acres. So at 500,000 acres, it's not that much. But then again, I guess it depends a bit on your perspective as whether that's too much or not.
Right. Is it a lot? Is it a little? It's hard to say, but we can only compare it, I guess, to other states. In the story, Cowboy State Daily, Kate Meadows wrote the story. She mentions where there's a concentration of this ag land in Albany County, and you speculated why that could be. It might be due to energy.
Yes, I did not find specific details. Well, I didn't go down into those weeds, all right?
Yeah.
But as far as the counties, it does, some of the data set available does break it out by county. And, to be clear, every county assessor's office knows exactly how many acres there are and who owns every acre, right, in the whole of the county. So if a person really wants to know, you can, make an inquiry through your county assessor's office to find that out. But in general, as I said it a second ago, these lands that are owned by and are registered in this foreign registry are by foreign interests. That doesn't necessarily mean there's some foreign operator physically operating on that land, but it may be owned by someone that's in another country. And in a lot of cases, from what you can read, is that those rights to some of those lands, specifically for development of wind energy or potentially solar energy, may be purchased by a group, a consortium, or an individual that's interested in developing it for energy purposes, as opposed to maybe operating it as an agricultural activity.
I don't know if this is going to be outside your sweeping scope, your skill set. Maybe not. It doesn't hurt to ask, but this is John Hewlett, by the way, ranch farm management specialist at University of Wyoming. He's led over 125 grant-funded projects. He's delivered more than 650 extension presentations. He's won multiple regional national awards at UW. He's forgotten more about farm and ranch than we'll ever know. Let's just say that. Let me ask you, John, when we're talking about a foreign-owned agriculture, let's make it real. Let's give an example, and let's we'll do it in Nebraska or the Dakotas, where they do a whole mess of corn. Let's say there was foreign ownership of a significant sized corn farm, like they farmed a whole ton of corn. Could there be influence to do the corn instead of for feeder stock for cow food? Maybe they could say, you know what, this year we're going to sell all our corn to the fuel industry, to Exxon, and they're going to make ethanol out of it. I don't know. What should we be worried when a foreign nation owns a whole bunch of farmland? Are they going to have John Deere tractors on it, or are they going to have a Japanese tractor on it? What are we worried about? Anything?
That's a great question, and I guess my straight up answer would be, I guess it depends on what you worry about, right?
Yeah.
Because what I might worry about might be some of the points you mentioned, and other people might be just worried because, well, it's not a U.S. citizen, and it doesn't have any other basis to it. And let's face it, I mean, ag operators that are operating their farm or ranch in any state are generally doing it to make a living, right? They're not doing it to do some kind of political gaming or to have some kind of an influence. But point being is they could make any decision, and I mean, it could be one that you agree with, and maybe I don't. So whether they use a particular brand of equipment or they sell to a particular purchaser, I guess it depends a little bit on what, like I say, what you worry about as to whether you think that's a problem. But certainly there would be other operators in the country that are doing probably similar kinds of things. And maybe we didn't worry about those because of their nationality. I don't know whether that really constitutes something we should get excited about,
Right. I do want to give you a chance to answer what we should be excited about in the world of ag stuff you're working on, because I feel like this might just be a sensationalized headline, and maybe it doesn't amount to a whole lot at all. I want to know what does amount to stuff. But first, one last thing: do you know to what degree this act of Congress, this Agricultural Foreign Investment Disclosure Act, which has been in place, to what degree they can get around or get underneath or figure out ownership in Wyoming when we have very robust LLCs here? Secretary of State Chuck Gray will tell you that it's sometimes difficult to figure out who owns what.
Yeah, that's true. And from what I read about the act and how it's to be implemented through this digital portal, is that ownership is to be disclosed. So even if it were an entity that has other ownership under it, right, that is supposed to be disclosed. Again, whether that's done or not, it's true of other kinds of reporting mechanisms we would already have in place in the country. There may be ways to circumvent it or hide it or so on and so forth. But on the face of it, it would make it sound as if people should be reporting what's going on and we would get to know.
Okay, off this topic, John Hewlett's with us from UW. Let's talk Wyoming ag. We had our buddy Russell Nemitz on from the Western Ag Network. He was hanging out at CattleCon. We've been talking a bunch about cattle prices, unbelievable cattle prices right now. A lot of it due to supply. We're also at a historical low. How many hooves on the ground in Wyoming? Is that like the dominant news cycle? Is that as big as we think it is? These cattle stories?
It is definitely a good time to be in livestock agriculture. I've been here for a short, almost 4 decades, I'm afraid. And I have never yet been asked in my career to offer a presentation on what to do with your money in good times in ag, but I've given that twice this winter already, and I have a third time lined up later this week. So there are folks looking at things a little bit differently than we normally talk about them, but it is a good time, and it's a chance to maybe start thinking about how do we invest and shape our operations for the future.
What do you suggest in these TED Talks? Do you say, hey, put that money right back, buy more cows, buy more breeding stock, put more cows on the land?
That's a challenging question when cow prices are the highest that you may ever see in your lifetime. So thinking you're going to make money on those high-priced cows may not be a great prospect. But, thinking about how drought happens here in Wyoming and how are you prepared for that? Have you got your contingency reserve shored up, in the sense of getting ready for the next change in the prices? I don't want to say it, they're headed down, next week, because the chances are that we may be up for a bit. But, starting to think about that, as well as, maybe there's some things to think about in terms of shoring up the next generation, some training you might want to, get your mentee, the person that's coming on, or maybe your team that's going to come on and manage the ranch going forward. Maybe this is a great chance to start thinking about getting them in a better position to take that on, or potentially even thinking about what you might need to do to transition out as the outgoing owner.
Let's talk about the state growers for a moment, John. We look with envy on those in the Midwest, or at least Nebraska and the Dakotas. They can grow stuff, man. We don't grow great in Wyoming, but we do sugar beets, and we do other stuff. How's it been for Wyoming growers?
Wow. Well, it's been better than it has been for those growing corn and soybeans, that's for sure. Because those prices have been down, pretty dramatically this past year, and not really expected to go up this next year too much. Of course, again, that trend tends to move with international trade changes and so on and so forth. And so, but sugar beets are still doing well, and there still are opportunities to do well with small grains, whether it be wheat or barley, as well as maybe dry beans. We do a lot of cropping as well as what maybe people don't think necessarily of hay as a crop, but we do a lot of hay production in the state of Wyoming, and we have opportunities to sell that not only through our livestock, but also in some cases overseas and so on. So there's definitely some things to look at for opportunities there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't see hay so much as a free market commodity. Everybody I know that hays does it to get their cows through the winter. But yeah, you could. I mean, hay is never cheap to buy. Let's just say that. I can't remember a time when it was.
No, that is true. And we grow very high quality hay.
Yeah.
Right? We've actually competed at national contests and won them. Our challenge with hay growing in Wyoming is that it's a long way to where people want to buy it.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, that are willing to pay higher prices, right? So primarily dairies or potentially compressed bales and shipping them overseas or whatever. So that's our big challenge, is to get it out of the state and economically.
Trucking those round bales to you eats into your profits, that's for sure. John, thanks so much. So the recap is we saw the story of foreign ag ownership in the state of Wyoming. Should we be concerned? John Hewlett says, if that's what you want to do with your free time, you can be as concerned as you want to be, but it might not be the biggest topic right now they're discussing in the farm and ranch world. Hey, thanks, John, for coming on.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
have a great day.
Cowboy State Daily Show moving along on a Monday. Next up, David Dunaway, author of Glass, Everything You Needed to Know About Eyeglasses. We're going to just totally switch gears. That's next after this break.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Zuby. One of our listeners, Zuby, was, I think, trying to school me on some Kid Rock songs. Maybe? Because I said earlier, Kid Rock, of course, headlined the alternative Super Bowl halftime show. Sponsored by, I think, Turning Point USA, although it's unclear who the actual organizers are. I think it was Charlie Kirk's widow who said, nobody likes Bad Bunny, so I'm going to do Kid Rock. And I'm like, Kid Rock? Nobody can name a song that guy does. He's as irrelevant as Bad Bunny in some circles. Anyway. Let's get into the Zoom room. We got to get David Dunaway in here. No more Kid Rock. We're going to talk about something completely different. You didn't see this coming, is what I think. David Dunaway joins us, the author of a book that you can pre-order now. Get out there and click on it. Amazon or wherever you get your books. The book is called A Four-Eyed World, How Glasses, that'd be eyeglasses, have changed the way we see. It's going to be available on, I think it drops on February 19th, right? On Bloomsbury. David, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So I previewed this early in the morning, a couple of hours ago, way before you even woke up. I said we were going to be talking about eyeglasses, and we're going to start. When you talk about eyeglasses, you got to start at the beginning. Who invented those? I threw out it had to be Ben Franklin because he invented everything. But we probably had the monocle, we had the one eyeglass probably way before that. I don't know. So where did eyeglasses start? Who thought them up?
It's a story that runs about 750 years long. In the beginning, we all realize that how badly we need something to help us see, particularly when we reach 40, 50, 60 years old. Our eyes, the muscles in our eyes begin to age. The lens gets cloudy. We just need help. And this is the way it's always been. The mystery of who actually did the job, though, well, nobody knows, and nobody wanted to admit it, believe it or not. Here's something which is one of the most important inventions that billions, literally billions of people use every day. Well, nobody knows where they came from. The story goes that in Italy, a monk who was trying to copy, ancient manuscripts, was using a reading stone. And he just suddenly discovered how to do that. And he lifted that up and he had another one. And suddenly he had binocular vision going forward. It was amazing. And, the problem was how to hang them on your nose. Okay, these were not the glasses we know today. These were 2 quarter-sized pieces of glass, which or crystal, rock crystal, that you could barely see through, and they were held together in a wooden frame with a rivet. You couldn't walk with them on. You had to hold them constantly in place. So the story of glasses goes way back. And, at the beginning, as soon as they were invented, somebody else found a way to denounce them. The church said, gosh, these are the work of the devil. Don't put them on.
Yeah. It not only denounced them, but from the very beginning, they had glasses wearers had a stigma. So much so that you heard David say nobody is really jumping up to claim I invented them, because glasses and glasses wearers, they get so much shade thrown at them. And that's where I want to go next. David Dunaway, professor of English at the University of New Mexico, author and editor of 10 books or so on history and biography. He's appeared on PBS, CNBC, C-SPAN, and now he's on this show. We're lucky to have him. Can't wait to read this book. All right, so we get eyeglasses, and we get from the monk's 2 rocks that he put in his eyes to the glasses we have today, which... what an invention, game changer for those of you who need them, whether you're nearsighted or farsighted. Yet, look at the origins of glasses wearers and the shaming and bullying that immediately followed. Why, David?
Well, there are 3 kinds of 3 parts to the stigma of wearing glasses. The first lasted about 200 years, when the church, as I just said, was really opposed to the idea that other people could have access through better vision to the truths that many of those churches had. The second part, amazingly enough, is from doctors, eye doctors, in fact, one of whom back in the 17th century said, well, clearly it's better to have 2 eyes than 4.
Ooh.
Cutting, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, and from then, what happens is, for the last 200 or 300 years, we're just shooting along here in time, we had a real challenge with individuals who were told that glasses make them unattractive. And this is particularly true for women and girls. Okay? They were essentially said, you won't have any suitors if you wear glasses. Glasses make you look ugly. And of course, they show that maybe you're putting on a few years, maybe not pounds, but years, because you reach a certain age and you need them to function. So that came to be associated with the idea that maybe somebody didn't want to marry you and have kids with you because they too would be myopic or hyperopic, farsighted or nearsighted. And you add all these together and you have a situation where a newspaper a century ago said wearing glasses is kind of like brandishing your wooden leg in public.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it's been going on a long time. This shaming and bullying of glasses wearers, this calling your classmate 4 eyes, nerd, whatever, and it persists today. Look at women, even women today, before they take a selfie, if they were they take their glasses off first. Let's
guys too.
Guys too. Let's talk about the glasses and what they portray to most of us. And it's why Hollywood uses these stereotypes. For instance, Clark Kent at his day job, he's wearing glasses, but when he becomes Superman, heaven forbid he should have those on. He's got to take those off along with the suit and tie. Hollywood's been playing on this for a long time.
They sure have. And just like attitudes towards glasses among the population, among all of us, which I measured and put into my book, A Four-Eyed World. And by the way, if you're interested, it's a foureyedworld.com. we in the movies we have these nerds, these geeks, these mad scientists, these Nazi characters, kind of negative images, I'm afraid, of what it means to wear glasses. And yet, frankly, all of us are going to wear glasses if we live long enough. There isn't a choice on this matter. Reading glasses are a part of human existence, and they have been for over 700 years. But in the films, sometimes, well, like take the librarian. The librarian in the film wearing glasses is aching to peel off her glasses and let down her hair, to shake it out, to become less prim, maybe, the crazy associations we have. And then many of your listeners may remember Mr. Magoo, the patron fall guy of spectacle wearers. You remember this guy. He had these oversized black glasses, which framed his face like a death notice. He never wore the glasses, and so he kept getting into trouble. Power lines would fall, buildings would tumble, and today many associate him with those people who don't see well. And yet, the images are contradictory. Just like we think glasses might make people look smart. Of course, it depends on the glasses and on the person. But at the same time, they're reputed to make you look unsexy. Marilyn Monroe, in her famous movies, How to Marry a Millionaire, she would hide them everywhere in her strapless evening gown so no guy would get to see her wearing glasses.
It's funny how it's become shaming if we, choose a device that would augment one of our senses. But you do see similar with hearing aids, for instance. I would have thought glasses wearers by now have become so commonplace that we wouldn't fall into these old traps, but we still do. Let's go fast forward. We're speaking with David Dunaway, the author of A Four-Eyed World, How Glasses Change the Way We See. Find it on the interweb. Start there at Four-Eyed World. Is it A Four-Eyed World or a Four-Eyed World?
A4eyedworld.com.
A4eyedworld.com, and then go pre-order. That book drops in about a week from now. Let's go to today's glasses wearers. We're all told by Google and some other companies that these smart glasses are the future. We're already seeing ICE use them. These are the glasses that Hollywood told us we would wear, and they would size somebody up we were looking at, for instance. They would tell us their nationality, age, height, weight, everything about them, these smart glasses. They're real.
They're real, and they're on their way. And what's important to know about smart glasses is, yes, they will let you see as well as you can see today. We've basically perfected the technology of glasses about as far as we can take them. But coming up next, well, smart glasses allow you to take pictures, to take film, to record audio. There are various kinds with various capabilities. They have a good side. They could let you watch a movie on your glasses. How about that? Everybody thinks you're looking around and really you're watching some Spider-Man climb a building. They can help you assemble some furniture by hanging a little screen off to the side of your vision that shows you step by step how to assemble something. They could help an Alzheimer's patient find his way home. These are very positive things. But on the other hand, think how creepy it would be if somebody could check your credit score or marital status on their glasses as you walk by. More and more information is being compiled about us. It's being stuck together in a way that is sticky. And once augmented reality, which is where you can see through your glasses, but there's a little screen hanging up here, which gives you information. Now, what information is shown there? Well, we don't yet know. It's the future, but a future that could change the public sphere into a goldfish bowl and end privacy as we know it. So the point of all this is it's time to start regulating smart glasses and maybe asking people for permission before you can use those glasses to film and stream everything you see.
Do you mind if I put on my glass? Look how far we've come from the invention of glasses. Some poor Italian monk puts 2 rocks on his eyes. Suddenly he can see better and the church denounces him. And now the appearance, glasses give you the appearance of intelligence, something that Hollywood and culture media has played on for decades. And now glasses make you actually more intelligent, not just the appearance of intelligence. These smart glasses will make you smarter. You'll be able to see things that everybody else can't. David Dunaway explores everything about eyeglasses from the beginning to now in the book, A Four-Eyed World, How Glasses Change the Way We See, available February 19th on Bloomsbury. And check out the website of foureyeedworld.com. David, thanks for being on.
My great pleasure.
Have a great Monday. Appreciate it. Fascinating stuff that maybe you haven't really thought about when it comes to eyeglasses. A book on eyeglasses. And yeah, I can't wait to order this book. I'm going to get on the website now. I'm going to get on the Amazons now and start clicking. I do wear glasses for seeing far, so I wear them when I'm driving. I don't typically wear them unless I have to see far. But in reality, I can't see more than 8 feet away. I can't recognize you. So, yeah, I'm one of them. I'm one of them. It's time for news. Cowboy State Daily on a Monday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Former NBA player Moose Davidge of Hudson was fishing without a license back in 1972 and didn't want to get into trouble. But 2 boys spotted what they thought was Bigfoot and ran off to tell authorities. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Darthy reports that Davidge says he blames it on an old brown coat.
So the coat that he was wearing wasn't even meant to be worn. Moose Davidge had a coat that he kept in his car, so in case he had an accident, he could put it on the ground and get under his truck and take care of it. Well, it was cold. It was the only coat he had, and he described it as very ugly, and it was polyester, furry-looking Yale coat.
Davidge tells Cowboy State Daily that he can understand how the 2 boys mistook him for Bigfoot in that ugly coat since he's 7 feet tall. Hell's Half Acre, an otherworldly alien landscape in a remote section of central Wyoming, is reopening in May. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that access to that area has been restricted since 2005.
They've built an observation deck out there now. They don't have to cut the fence anymore to get a good view and get a good picture, get a good selfie. There's picnic tables there where they can have a nice little roadside lunch if they want, a little roadside picnic if they want. There's going to be some interpretive signs there that talk about the history of the place, not just the Starship Trooper movie, though.
Once upon a time, Hell's Half Acre brought millions to the community in tourism money. With the popularity of film trails, it's thought it could once again drive some tourism revenue in the Natrona County area, and the site is being added to various apps that help road trippers find film locations. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Until about March, folks might see blindfolded bighorn sheep or deer flying around, slung in harnesses under helicopters. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the animals are playing a critical part for science.
If you see an animal, a bighorn sheep or a mule deer, blindfolded and slung underneath a helicopter flying around, don't freak out. Nobody's kidnapping him. It's not some kind of secret spy mission. This is a time of year when they like to capture animals, take blood samples, tissue samples, test body fat content, that sort of thing, to kind of get a snapshot of herd health. So don't freak out. It's business as usual this time of year.
Game and Fish Cody Region wildlife biologist Tony Mong tells Cowboy State Daily that December through March is the best time to capture and study animals because in the summer months they're in more rugged terrain and raising their offspring. Wyoming's turn to play the Survivor 50 Challenge, which means people in every state are given clues to find a hidden immunity idol. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that clues for Wyoming were released over the weekend.
So the clues provided are near a town named for David Edward. You can always ski on by when it's cold. It's Granite Hot Springs because it's off Wyoming Highway 189, and it's south of Jackson, which was named for David Edward Jackson.
Now, whoever finds an immunity idol in the mountains south of Jackson, they'll get to share a unique moment in the popular reality show's history. The Survivor 50 Challenge is a celebration of Survivor 50, in the hands of the fans, the 50th season of the genre-defining CBS reality show. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Thanks for making us a part of your back-to-work routine on a Monday, if that's you. Some of us aren't working, maybe, and some of us have been working all weekend, so it may not apply to everybody, but Monday known as that back-to-work morning. Sorry. I want to talk about the Super Bowl with Mac. I can't wait. Not necessarily the game, but commercials and the halftime show. For those of you just waking up under a rock, the Seattle Seahawks dominated Drake May and the New England Patriots in a defensive struggle that did not feature a touchdown until the fourth quarter. How boring was this game? Let's put it this way. The kicker for Seattle outscored the Patriots. Jason Myers should have been named the game MVP, but there's no way the NFL would acknowledge. That would be acknowledging that the game was the biggest dud ever. Next to giving the most valuable player to a punter, which very well could have been, giving it to a place kicker would be a total admission that this game sucked. There's no way. Although Jason Myers should have gotten it. A Super Bowl record 5 field goals, because that's all that was happening for most of this game. And he also kicks an extra point. So that's 5 field goals at 3 points apiece. That's 15. And then an extra point, that's 16. 16. Patriots scored 13 total points. So final in yesterday's Super Bowl, Jason Myers, 16. New England, 13. They didn't need anybody else. That's all they needed. They gave the MVP to the running back, Kenneth Walker III, who did have a good game. But the 2 highlights, the top wide receiver for the Patriots, 1 catch, right? Diggs, he had like 1 catch. The top receiver for Seattle, 1 catch for 4 yards. And then he got a concussion, blue tent, goodbye, gone. It was quarterbacks. Neither one played well, really. It was a horrible game. Ugh. Unless you like defense, I guess. But I don't know how much it was Seattle's dark side defense, or how much is that the best team we have in the AFC, New England? Really? Denver, Buffalo would have made it better. Bad Bunny's halftime show was basically a love letter to his beloved Puerto Rico. Featured guest appearances by Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, and intricate choreography and a celebration of Latin heritage, and way more American than you probably thought going in. If you thought this was going to be, no English, nothing, this was total American halftime show, honestly. While it did glorify Puerto Rico and other Latin countries, all of them in South America, Mexico, even Canada was thrown in there, as Bad Bunny recognized all that makes America, including USA, Canada, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Chile. I mean, he went through the list. He had the flag waving, and it was, all right, even if you were not Spanish speaking, even if you missed the message or watched it with the sound down, it was a production. It was a show. I mean, the Super Bowl halftime show has gone from just one dude on a stage singing, or a couple dudes or 3 dudes doing a mini concert, shortened versions of their 5 best songs and then get off the stage. It has now become a major production. In the recent years, what is the expectations of what we need in a halftime show at the Super Bowl have been turned way up. And how do you top it if you're next year's halftime show? Or if you're Bad Bunny, how do you top what happened last year? I mean, they're getting more and more elaborate. And that show last night, whether you understood a word, and I didn't, was a show. It's like getting tickets to a Las Vegas show. It was part music video, part, I don't know. It was a lot. There was a lot going on, including cameos that you might have missed, by the way. 2 things that you might have missed regarding that show. There was the appearance of that actor in the HBO series, the actor of the month, so to speak. I forget his name every single time. Actor in Bad Bunny show. Pedro Pascal, is that his name? Yeah, I think that's his name. He was there in the background. Pedro Pascal. Yeah, he was there in the background. So was Carol G. And you probably You probably don't know her, but she's like the female version of Bad Bunny. Sings in Spanish, Karol G. She's big time. Jessica Alba was in the background there. Cardi B, rapper, was in there. And then, of course, cameo music appearances by Lady Gaga, who did a merengue version of her hit with Bruno Mars. It was really cool. Ricky Martin, the legend, Latino legend, did a little bit. And then two cool things about the show that were just kind of downplay. You have to go back and really watch it or know it. Is there was a scene that featured a marriage, a proposal and a marriage. Now, was it just for show? No, that was an actual wedding. Those two, the man and wife, in the marriage scene in the Bad Bunny show was an actual marriage. So the halftime performance of Bad Bunny, which was his music, it featured an actual wedding. Like two people actually got hitched at that show. And you saw Bad Bunny give away his Grammy Award. He won that for Best Album of the Year. I think that's the one that he gave away. You saw there was a scene where he went into a, presumed living room of somebody of Puerto Rican family and a little kid sitting there. And he gave his Grammy Award to the kid. He actually gave it away. Gave it to a kid, and that kid was significant. He's the one that was held by ICE when that was in the news, big time. He was the kid that was held by ICE, supposedly as a lure to get the family out, whatever. He was held falsely by ICE. So Bad Bunny gave his Grammy to this kid. Two things that you may not have known, but you'll find out about in the coming days, I'm sure. Or I just told you. There you go. Now you know. That halftime show had a lot going on. And it was very American, honestly. And the other show, I didn't watch it, the Kid Rock thing, but I heard good things and I've heard not good things. I mean, I'm not going to review that show. I'm just going to ask why. Why? The Super Bowl halftime show is part of the event that is the Super Bowl. If you don't like it, just shut up and don't watch it. You don't make your own show to compete against it. I thought that was amateur. That was Bush League. Whether you like Kid Rock or not, that was stand on your own. Don't try to grab the headlight from the Super Bowl and let them do most of your marketing work for you. Do your own concert. Let's do This Day in History. We're hoping Claire McFarland could get with us. She's in Cheyenne at the state capitol getting ready to kick off the budget session, but she may be totally busy. I'm sure she's swamped. The governor is set to give his State of the State. That's the address that kicks off the whole session. He'll do that in about 44 minutes from now. And me personally, I'll be very interested to see how much of that time the governor uses to give an actual State of the State, meaning here's how Wyoming's doing, here's what we did last year, here's what we can do better, here's the bright future. One of those pep talk kind of State of the States, or how much he'll use that speech, that platform, how much he'll use the dais to give a warning to the lawmakers, because that's what a great amount, I think that's going to be a lot of the speech is watch yourself, lawmakers, because, he's had his issues with what he calls Club No. He's had issues with his budget that he turned in, which he thought was fairly trim, only to see other bean counters in the Freedom Caucus and the Appropriations Committee whittle it even further. Millions, tens of millions further. And I think a good portion of the State of the State by the governor in just 43 minutes from now is going to be a warning to them to watch yourself, check yourself before you wreck yourself, kind of a warning. I think. We'll see. This day in history includes this stuff. David Crockett. You've heard of him. Davy Crockett and his party of 14 Tennessee mounted volunteers arrived in San Antonio on this day in Texas. Remember the Alamo. 1836, this day, Davy Crockett and his band arrived in San Antonio on this day. 1851, James Riley. You may also know him as Doc Middleton, maybe even a Texas Jack. He also went by Jack Lyons, Gold-Tooth Jack, Gold-Tooth Charlie. Why all the aliases? Well, he was a horse thief. Born in Bastrop, Texas on this day, he was a horse thief operating in Wyoming and neighboring states right up until 1883, when a criminal conviction finally ended his horse thieving career. At the time of his death in 1913, he was a saloon owner in Orange Junction, but one of the few horse thieves that didn't get strung up. Celebrates a birthday today, James Riley. 1867, this day, Nebraska became a state. Welcome to the Union, Nebraska. 1870, the U.S. Weather Bureau was established on this day. February 9th, 1878, Colorado rancher John Wesley dies, leaving an open-range cattle herd of 35,000 head. Boy, them fights must have been over that to go get him. He was 46 years old, by the way, at his death. 1893, Wyoming divided into 4 judicial districts, according to legislature. The number has expanded to the current day 9 judicial districts, several of which encompass a single county. This day in 1911, Platte, Goshen, Hot Springs, and Washakie counties were created by legislature. 1911. This day, Bill Carlisle robbed passengers on the UP's Portland Rose, the Great Train Robbery, 1916. This day, Casper Daily Tribune printed its first newspaper this day in 1916. As I mentioned with meteorologist Don Day, today was the day the coldest temperature ever recorded in Wyoming was recorded at the Riverside Ranger Station in Yellowstone, 66 below zero. Golly, 3 degrees below in Moran. And look at today. Today's high in Torrington, 65 above. Same day, 1933, 66 below. A difference of over 130 degrees on the same day. That's Wyoming. 1943, FDR ordered a minimal 48-hour work week in the war industry. This day, 1984, the Divide Sheep Camp was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. Governor Meade delivered his State of the State address during stressed economic times on this day in 2016. And on this day, 2018, Ed Murray resigned as Wyoming Secretary of State following the second accusation. This was part of the Me Too movement, and Ed Murray was right smack caught up in it. Second accusation came forward, and he announced his resignation, effectively ending what was looked like a promising political career. That happened this day, 2018. Ed Murray resigns from Secretary of State. All these things happened February 9th. Let's take a break. Get Mac Watson in here.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Monday version of the Cowboy State Daily Show, Super Bowl Monday. Mac Watson's here.
You know, Jake, I think you give it too much credit. It's a so-so bowl. I'm just saying.
Right. Super's a reach.
Yeah, it's a stretch. It was a stretch.
You know,
I had my sister-in-law over, and my sister-in-law, God bless her, my sister-in-law is a flat earther and a big conspiracy theorist.
Mm-hmm.
And all she kept saying was, you watch. They're not going to score a touchdown till the fourth quarter. She says the whole thing is scripted. The whole thing.
Followed a narrative.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm not. So I had to deal with that. I had to deal with that last night. But also, Chris Collinsworth. I know a lot of people don't like Chris Collinsworth. I get it. I know it, right? But he said, I got to tell you, I really think that people aren't going to like this Super Bowl. This was in the beginning of the third quarter. I really think people aren't going to like this Super Bowl. But, the defenses are really good. Like, he was all about the defense. And it was like, 9-0 at that point. It was just field goal. I hate to say it. I wanted more. And it came down to both teams. I don't think played that very well. Does that make sense? Again, the defenses did really well. The offenses, I thought, were subpar. So I think we got a so-so bowl, not a Super Bowl.
Neither. Yeah, I know.
And you were right. The Seahawks won. I thought Drake May and I thought the Pats would pull it out, but you were right. Seahawks were dominant. I mean, they looked like the Legion of Boom in some instances, but the offenses were like, oh God, could somebody please catch a ball?
The
Could
offense
somebody please make a play?
All year long, the offenses were not great. I know the numbers said that they were like pretty good, but New England didn't play anybody. They had one of the easiest schedules. And Seattle's offense their numbers benefited from that defense. I mean, they were on the defense put their offense on the field like all game long. So sooner or later, somebody's going to find the end zone.
Right. Somebody had to.
Neither
but it was
of those
so weird with my
offenses.
sister-in-law going, you watch. They won't start scoring until the fourth quarter.
Wow.
Oh, man.
She knew something. Well,
I don't want to believe. I don't want to believe that. But.
It didn't take a great prognosticator or seer to know that this was going to be a defensive struggle. I hope you bet the under. And that's why, somewhere along, like when it was 6-0, Collinsworth, the light bulb came on, and he let us all know, America, like, this is shaping up to be a defensive struggle. No kidding, Chris. I mean, we knew that before this one kicked off.
He is king of stating the obvious. He really is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. But I know what his point was, but just shut up. I don't want to hear it. I want touchdowns. We want touchdowns. We want touchdowns. We want great plays.
And those two do. Like, you talked about a game that was such a yawner that it needed Tirico and Collinsworth to really cover. And he
did. Oh, Mike Tirico, yes. He was overextending himself, trying to make it interesting or relevant, because it was a snooze fest for like the first, 3.5 quarters? And then it got interesting, but the Patriots were never in it. And that's what drove me nuts.
I forget what word Mike Tirico used, what adjective, but he said something like in the third quarter, he said, this has been an awful, terrible, dreadful, something. One of those words. This has been an awful, and I thought he was going to say game. That would have been I would have finished the sentence with game. But he said offensive performance by New England. I'm like, because the whole time you and I and everybody in America was wishing, couldn't Denver have done better? Couldn't the Buffalo Bills have done better than this? Like New England.
I go back to 2015. I think it was 2015 when the Ravens beat the 49ers. Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, yeah.
The Ravens just got ahead of the 49ers. And I swear, if there was 15 more minutes in that game, 49ers could have won. That was an exciting game. That kept you on your toes. When the Broncos won with Peyton Manning, that kept you on your toes because he couldn't throw. He couldn't throw, but he was still making plays. This was just, it was kind of like the Panthers versus the Jets. You're like,
How much of a yawner was this game? Seattle's kicker outscored everybody. He kicked a Super Bowl record, 5 field goals and an extra point. He scored 16 points more than New England. He himself beat New England. The only reason they didn't give him the MVP was like, you can't give it to a kicker. That's like Roger Goodell admitting this game was stinky.
And let me see. I'm looking this up now. How many people actually watched? How many people actually tuned in? Because again, I don't think this was the Super Bowl that everybody wanted, right?
Yeah.
I don't think this was what everybody was like, oh yeah, this is what I want, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I mean, the New England fan base is loyal, but outside of New England,
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
And the Seattle fan base is this big. So yes, this was a game between two teams that nobody cared about, really.
Right.
And gave us a game that nobody cared about.
Right. Thank you, USA Today, for wasting my time. They told me how many people watched last year.
Oh, well.
It's all about the halftime shows. Come on. I don't want the halftime shows.
How many viewers were still there midway third quarter? That's what I want to know. Like nobody. By then, the game was decided. You saw Bad Bunny and you saw most of the commercials. Everybody left probably in the third quarter. I wonder what the Nielsen ratings were in the third quarter.
Right. And I was really surprised, not to get too much into the halftime show because it wasn't for me. But I did watch it with my daughter. My daughter's very Hispanic, right? I mean, she yells at me in Spanish like she's, like my mom, right? Yeah. So she's very Hispanic. She was disappointed in the halftime show.
Really?
She was incensed that Bad Bunny brought up Lady Gaga. Yeah, which I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Why?
She goes, the only thing worse would have been Taylor Swift.
Did
he
she-
could have brought on, and she just listed off a number of other singers that he could have brought up with him. But for some reason, she thought Lady Gaga was like a slap in the face. So
Like a gimmick? Like, here's your white gringo chick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to bring up her because it's Lady Gaga, you know, kind of. Oh, you have to bring up Taylor Swift because the Eras Tour was so popular. Like, she wanted to see other people who she thinks deserves to be on the same stage. I don't know.
I can see that. I mean, yeah, I would have preferred Cardi B, who did a song with Bad Bunny, who was on stage, but she didn't do anything. She was in the background.
Yeah.
I would have preferred Cardi B, but I get there has to be a curveball somewhere. He gave us Ricky Martin, the all-time headliner Latino. Yeah, he looked great. He gave us all the stuff that was, Latin honoring and Puerto Rico. It was like this was a love story to Puerto Rico, basically.
Yeah.
But I thought the Lady Gaga was necessary for that curveball. There always has to be something you didn't see coming. I would have never thought Lady Gaga or her doing that song with Bruno Mars, her hit song, doing it in a merengue salsa fashion. Like, that was out of left field, and you need that somewhere.
But you and I are of a certain persuasion, rhymes with Caucasian, if you're catching my drift.
Yeah.
My daughter, who is 100% Latina, she's 100% Mexican, was like, oh, why do they have to add that? She sees it from a totally different perspective. Like, her thing was like, he's got the spotlight. Why did he have to kowtow to a white girl? Coming on stage. And I'm like it's all about the audience. You got to satisfy the most people. We see it from a very different perspective than I think a young person of color does. So
I know she sees it as like Bad Bunny did not need to throw a bone to whiteys, to gringos everywhere. I didn't see it as that. I thought it was a curveball out of left field. It's not like he brought up, the top country music star to appease all the rednecks out there. Lady Gaga isn't going to help, many of the hardcore fan base who want George Strait out there. Lady Gaga was not exactly like, I thought it was a cool choice, and she was only a little part of it. The rest of it was so unique as a show. Mac, what did you think about the entertainment value? Even with the sound down, that was a major production.
Yes, I thought, and I could be wrong, you tell me, I thought it was half faked. I thought it was half pre-recorded. It looked so good.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It did not look like they were in the middle of a stadium on a Sunday night. They looked like they were in a production studio in Hollywood. It looked that good. So I was really captivated by whoa, where are we?
Yeah.
How is that happening? That production value was great. Absolutely.
Yeah. And think about the production that goes into it. Like, yes, in the very beginning, Bad Bunny's walking through what is the streets of Puerto Rico. He's walking through sugar cane fields. All that is the PR he's walking through. And it does look fake. It's so staged. But think about what they had to do to prepare for that. How do you rehearse that? I mean, sure, somewhere off site, quietly, secretly, they rehearse that. But
so I'll tell you this: when the Phoenix, when the Super Bowl came to Phoenix in, I think it was 07, 08, and then 2012 maybe, I forget. But it came twice while I lived there. We actually had people on. I actually interviewed people on my radio show that were part of like these productions. And they would tell you, this has been planned for months.
Yes.
We've been rehearsing this in a soundstage in a warehouse. You have like in the middle of the industrial complex, like below Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. You have no idea what we're doing because it's a nondescript area of town. It's an industrial part of town. But they bring all this stuff in and they rehearse like NASCAR guys, where everything is down to the split second because you only have about 20 minutes, literally 22 minutes. You have about 22 minutes to set up, to get the show ready, to perform the show, and then tear down. the amount of people that they need and the amount of like precise timing is I had no idea.
Oh,
I was floored by how much planning and then the actual execution they have to practice. It's amazing.
Yeah, when you see all those camera shots, the cutting, the switching, the technical directions, they go into camera, whatever. That was more choreographed and rehearsed than the actual football game, which we learned was also choreographed and rehearsed. Here's who needs to win. Here's when you're allowed to score a touchdown. Yeah,
right.
That show, I just on the entertainment value, and if you were expecting an anti-American, I thought it was very American, very uniting, love, not hate. I thought it was very American, unlike the Green Day pre-show where they dropped
they had to bleep out some things.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yikes.
the thing I kept going back and forth. I'm glad you brought that up. This could have been anti-American. And I struggled because, again, my daughter's Hispanic, right? And I try to see things through her eyes because she has a very different point of view. But I kept thinking to myself, this is American football. I want not an American act, but I want something that reflects American football, right? I'm not asking for the Foo Fighters. I think they're overused. I think they're overwrought. They're like the new Led Zeppelin, where it's like they're everywhere, right? But at the same time, I also understand Roger Goodell. He wants to expand the league. He has to expand the league. So maybe this helps with putting a team in Mexico City. Maybe this helps with putting a team in Europe. But it felt to me like, hey, you're not dancing with the date that brung you. And that, I guess that makes me an old white man, I guess. I don't know.
I see. Yep. He left some hardcore NFL football fans out in the cold.
Right.
The Chicago Bear, lifelong Chicago Bear fan. What did he find to watch in the halftime show? I get that, but the intent, I think, from the booking forward was to, expand the market by Roger Goodell. And when you've got a Latino performer carrying around a football saying, I love football, football unites us, and not talking about soccer, the Latin football game, that was amazing. That was groundbreaking. I never would have thought I saw that. And I love the idea that Bad Bunny expanded it. He made it an American show, but not a U.S. show. He said, God bless America, meaning Canada, U.S., Mexico, Puerto Rico, and all the South American countries. Yeah, with the flags and the whole bit. He took it to a different place, but he did make it very American show. I love that show. I didn't see. Did you watch the other one? Kid Rock's
I was busy getting the news together, so I could only watch a little bit of the game, and then I did watch the halftime show because my daughter wanted to see it. The halftime show for Bad Bunny, 135 million viewers. The All-American halftime show, which streamed online and some cable news channels, 6.1 million concurrent viewers.
Yeah.
So I mean, again, what I love is that there's always an alternative. If you don't like this, you can always go that. You don't want chocolate ice cream, there's always vanilla. There's always strawberry. There's always these different flavors you can get. But again, I'm just getting older, man, and I'm starting to think of myself as Archie Bunker. I'm just a cranky old guy and don't sit in my chair. That I wanted an American band with American football, But again, I love my daughter and I try to see it through her eyes too. This was a big deal for her. This was a big deal for her and her family. A Spanish-speaking mega artist. I mean, people don't understand how much money this dude makes, how many people download his stuff.
Oh, he's real.
He's real, right? He's real. He's not some, fad or whatever. He's been around for a while. But to see it through her eyes was very enlightening. But a part of me was like, oh, come on, I miss Tom Petty. You know what I mean? I miss Aerosmith doing the halftime show. But that's me. That's me. I'm an old man.
Nah, I don't like the alternative show. It's like, somebody else doing a Macy's Day Parade because they want to show a black Santa at the end instead of a white one. I'm like, it's the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, let them do what they do. Don't try to chisel in on that. But if you take out the politics and the message, Mac, and just look at that halftime show as an entertainment package, 20 minutes of entertainment, I was wowed by it. I was like, dang.
Visually,
visually
and production-wise,
I was like, holy cow, that's amazing what they could do on a football field with like that much preparation.
Now, I will say on the other side of that, though, last year, I didn't get anything they did. I didn't get it. That went right over my head. But then again, I wasn't the right audience. At least this year, I could appreciate the production value, the performance, even though I don't understand Spanish. I could still understand the visual and the production elements. Last year, I was like I was bored. What are they doing? I didn't get all the subtle references. I didn't get all the inside baseball stuff. I didn't understand what Kendrick Lamar was doing. But then again, not my audience.
He's taking
not my,
he's taking secret shots at Drake because they have a feud going on. Like, I don't care about that. And I don't care about Kendrick Lamar's music. He left me out. He left me cold, I remember I used to work at a pharmacy and I used to deliver, prescriptions. I was a drug dealer. Nice.
There was an old pharmacist that took aside a younger pharmacist because he was noticing things about the younger pharmacist when he interacted with customers. And I remember I overheard him. He said, "Jim, you're really smart, but all people really want to know is, how long do I have to take the medicine? Are there any side effects? And do I need a refill?" That's all. That's all they want to know. They don't need to know it's a vasodilator or that it's a sub-branch, Schedule 2 medication that can't interact in the contraindication. How long do I have to take it? Are there any side effects? And do I need a refill? That's all you need to tell them.
KISS.
All I want is a good show. That's all I want.
Yeah. Let's talk commercials when we come back. Can you stay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Our favorite commercials next.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
Getting back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on the final hour. Just minutes left in Monday's show. Mac Watson's here. We're talking commercials, Super Bowl commercials, or the Bowl commercials, not Super.
Yeah, right. So, yeah.
Whether
I have a couple criteria. You and I are of a certain age where the Super Bowl commercial really evolved and really became an event in and of itself, right? So I have pretty high standards. It's got to have a wow factor for me. If it's going to be an emotional commercial, it can't be too overwrought it can't be Sarah McLachlan and the ASPCA, the SPCA commercials.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I have a couple top ones. Okay. And I'll just mention them and see if you recognize them. Ritz.
Don't remember it.
Okay. Scarlett Johansson, Bowen Yang, and John Hamm.
Right. Okay. That was the Ritz?
That was for Ritz crackers.
Oh, see, I missed the product.
That was going to be my point.
Oh.
I loved the wow factor of putting John Hamm, like the classic, good-looking ex-madman, lead man character with Scarlett Johansson, who that's my hall pass for my marriage. And Bowen Yang, who is, from Saturday Night Live, you put those people together. I never would have done that. I never would have put those people together. But what was the product? Now, a good example was the Dunkin' commercial. You're going to do a Good Will Hunting play or spoof.
Okay, yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts is New England, man. It's Boston. It's Rhode Island. It's Vermont, New Hampshire, You're going to do Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. You got to do Duncan. You got to make it about New England. That I thought was appropriate. That I thought was great. But Ritz, I think they overshot their skis. I think they outran their headlights on that because you summed it up perfectly, Jake. Oh, what was the product?
Right.
Yeah.
Even the commercial itself, I didn't feel energy or chemistry between Scarlett, Madman dude, and the SNL guy. I figured the whole their dialogue was forced. I didn't like them together to begin with, and then to find out it was all about a Ritz, I had checked out by then. When you give me the payoff, I thought the I don't know. Did they air the State Farm commercial? Which there was
I saw it afterward. I don't know whether I saw it during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, there was one. What was?
Okay, so Jake from State Farm, they were teasing it, and they just said wait for, or they gave a date or whatever. It's now with John Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi and a couple of other stars are in the State Farm commercial with Jake, the State Farm guy.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty well done because it was a spoof on Living on a Prayer.
Yes.
So I thought that was pretty good, but I don't know if they played that. I saw it after the Super Bowl, so I don't know if that counted.
They did play that, and for me, it was a boring commercial. The only thing that saved it was Haley Steinfeld.
Oh, Haley
Josh
Steinfeld,
Allen's wife in it. I recognized her right away, and I'm like, "Oh, cool!" And then the commercial was like, "Ooh, why did you do that, Haley?"
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah, right. Well, you know why? Because of the money. You know. As far as I'm sick and tired of bears and cold beverage products, the Pepsi commercial didn't do much for me.
Dude, but the idea that Pepsi stole Coke's bears.
Yeah, right. You're right. You're right.
I mean, the commercial to me lost steam, but the very opening, when you saw the bears, and the first thing you think is Coca-Cola, and they're like, wait a minute, Pepsi, they stole Coke's polar bears. I thought that was...
As far as like the GOAT or the like, what is it, Heritage Award or whatever, it's got to go to Budweiser. Budweiser just knows what they're doing every year with a Super Bowl ad. Again, not too overwrought, not too jingoistic, but still emotional and still relevant. I always like their commercials.
Yeah, I'm looking at New York Times listed their favorite 1 to 40 something, and that ranked 33rd. They didn't like it. I thought it was cool. The Clydesdale teaching helping the little eagle become the great eagle, and that cool iconic shot where it looks like Pegasus. But it's the eagle taking. Oh my! Come on!
Yeah, I loved it. And the New York Times hates America. So anyway,
there you go. And the piggybacking off the Budweiser Clydesdales is the Bud Light where they chase the runaway keg. That was funny.
Yeah, that was good. That was good too. But again, was it a stellar year for commercials? I don't know. I mean, I can't believe that "What's Up" commercial's 26 years old. Can you believe that?
I know. New York Times ranked really high Emma Stone throwing a hissy fit over her domain name being taken
I did
already.
like that one.
It was fun.
And I love the language. Like get your domain before you lose it.
Yeah.
And you see Emma Stone just erupting.
Losing
and my
it,
son,
man.
who's 9, goes, "What does that mean?" I'm like, "It's a double meaning, dude. It's a double meaning.
Yeah.
Don't lose your stuff, but also don't lose before somebody else gets your domain." So, I tried to get MacWatson.com many years ago.
Yeah.
There's some guy in San Francisco that has sat on it since like 1999.
Yeah.
And I can't get it.
Oh,
I cannot get it from him.
You got to be early to that party. They're all gone now. Certainly,
Absolutely.
EmmaStone.com is gone. Two potato chips. I thought the Pringles with Sabrina Carpenter was fun.
Yes.
Sabrina's awesome. And then Lay's, what a tearjerker. Dad giving his farm, turning the farm over to his daughter.
Yes.
The Lay's commercial. Ooh.
I did not expect that because I'm like, what is the... Oh, they're planting potato?
Yeah.
What is the big... Oh, it hit me in the gut at the end. Yes.
I liked it. Levi showed a lot of butts. That always gets my attention. What about TurboTax with Adrian Brody? Is that his name? The TurboTax where he was like way over the top with...
Yes.
That was funny. George Clooney with the eat fees. I like that. That was kind of cool.
Eats?
Yeah.
Was that Uber Eats? Yeah, I see. I Clooney to me is so smug. I just don't like him anymore. He's so, yes, we know you're good looking. Yes, we know you married a gorgeous woman. Yes, we know, blah, blah, blah. You're best friends with Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
Just stop. Can you have like a tomato soup stain on your tie one time?
Something wrong like with you. Yeah. I know,
right.
You're right. There's no blemish on Clooney other than the fact that he never wanted to get married and he finally did. Grubhub. That's a Grubhub commercial.
Grubhub. Yeah, you're right.
I forget what they were selling, but it was a surprise. Can you imagine the money it must have taken to get that boy band back together and have them do that one ad where they sang their
Backstreet Boys. Song. I Want It That Way.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That had to cost a little bit of money.
Oh, absolutely. If I'm the Backstreet Boys, are you kidding me? We're getting at least 5 to 10 mil a piece. Are you kidding me? Sure.
T-Mobile, Tell Me Why. Tell me why. And they redid the lyrics, and I thought that was pretty impressive.
My daughter didn't get it.
Yeah.
Because she's too young.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't you know that song? She goes, I think I do. I think I've heard it. But of course, with a different lyric, she didn't recognize it. But that was definitely for an older generation. Backstreet Boys haven't been relevant, since before 9/11, for God's sake, so, and that's been ages ago. So
on the tearjerker level, I did like, although I couldn't name the product, so they missed the mark. Marketing 101 is the Redfin Rocket Mortgage. When the family moves in and has trouble assimilating into the neighborhood, and then she makes friends with the other girl because the girl finds her dog. I like it. Oh, I like that one.
I don't, and I like what you say. It misses the mark because if you can't remember the product, then what are you spending all that money on?
Yep.
So there's one for me. It was Kevin from The Office, but I can't remember. What the product was.
Me neither.
Right. But I love Kevin from The Office, but I don't remember what they were selling. So it kind of again misses the mark, right? But the Clydesdales iconic with Budweiser. Oh, and the Duncan ads, iconic with New England
Yeah.
and Goodwill Hunting, obviously. Oh, before we go, remember what I told you 2 weeks ago about Lindsey Vonn, the skier, the downhill skier?
Did you predict she'd crash again?
I didn't predict, but what I said, if I was her boyfriend or if I was her husband, stop. You have nothing else to prove.
I know.
And guess what? I mean, God bless her. It served her well. You don't want to see somebody like that. You don't want to see them wreck like that. And I again, if I was in her, personal, space or whatever, I would have been like, you don't need to do this.
No.
But the way she raced when she was in her 20s is still the same way she races in her 40s, which is, I don't care about my body. I am launching down this hill. And guess what happened?
Even though it ended in a crash and burn, she was skiing on one leg with the ACL. She should have just dropped out. But I give her our participation medal, even though you're not supposed to do that anymore. I give her a medal for doing it, man, because that was her last shot. She's 41. She will not do another Olympics. And to me, what she did was truly American, where you I got no shot at winning this, but this is what I do. And I'm going full send on it, man. Right. And she did. And she
didn't half-ass it. She never did. That's what made her a winner. She never half-assed it. But you also don't want to see that either. I mean, that's like a Joe Theismann moment, man.
I know.
Like, what are you doing?
I don't want to see it, but I admire it because there's no other way. You don't do it any other way. You don't go halfway on downhill. And not if you're American. All out or nothing. All or nothing, full send. And I admire that about Lindsey Vonn. She's like,
I hear you.
I'm doing it. Yeah. All right. Thanks for being with us this Monday, Mac. Appreciate it.
All right. Good to see you.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Mac Watson recapping the Super Bowl. The game took back seat to the halftime show and the commercials. Wherever you stand on the commercials, we'll all have differing opinions. Wherever you stand on the halftime show, some of us loved it, some of us but we can all agree on the game. What game? What a yawner. That's going to do it for us on a Monday. We'll see you again tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.